Good evening and welcome to Ghoul Gang Rising on Superpower Broadcasting. This is the debut episode of my new podcast with co-host Reece. That's Spooky Nukies. Everybody make sure to go and subscribe to Spooky Nukies on YouTube and follow him over on Twitter. You can, of course, subscribe to this channel, which is my channel, as well as follow me over on Twitter at Kevin Castley. So we are the Ghoul Gang, and what this podcast is basically going to focus around, I'll go to my co-host Reece for that because he was the one that originally proposed doing this. So with that, we'll go to Reece. How's it going tonight, my ghoul?
Hello, thank you, co-host Kevin.
Stonks
and donks. So basically, I don't know. This was a very spur of the moment idea, but if you didn't catch it, there was a stream on this channel the other night where we decided to roast Tulsi Gabbard on Steven Crowder's program, and it just reminded me because I'd been retired, and I was like, "This is what it's all about. This is a fun way to do it." So I see no problem with this. I'd been wanting to do some kind of more formal program with Kevin for a while. So yeah, we're open to talking about various other things. And please, I implore you, if you have suggestions, send them to me on Twitter at Spooky Nukies. Any suggestions ranging from articles to tweets to videos, they're greatly appreciated. I do feel like we, despite the spontaneous nature of this, we did find quite a good some good material regardless. I'm getting spooked.
Ooh.
You're getting sponked, more like it.
Sponked 11 megatons of sponked.
Now that actually, you know what, that sounds a little dirty. We're gonna move on.
That does sound quite a bit dirty. I mean, especially depending on the ratio of fission going on there, it could be a very dirty bomb, So
Okay, we found my new favorite nickname, Coleslaw Castley.
That's a rip on Cronus with the corn laws. Well, actually, Head Effects was the one who came up with that. We've got that's the thing that's great about this channel and this community and everything is like we've got the superheroes and we got the super villains. And those guys basically came across as basically cartoon villains, and we got the classic archetypal superheroes. We're the Hawk Gang, we are the Guardians of the West, and they are the haters and traitors, and they're fuming and dooming. So this is Ghoul Gang Rising.
How in the world is Coleslaw Castley a good nickname? What is the meaning of it?
No, it's a meme. Head Effects called me Corn Laws Castley because I want to do protectionism against China. So coleslaw is a spoof of Corn Laws Castley. They're just basically memeing on Head Effects right now. It's pretty good. It's pretty dope.
That's not too difficult to do.
Yeah.
But anyway, I suppose we should get into it. And I've sent Kevin our treasure trove of hot takes. So basically, I kind of split this into different sections of the program, but we're going to start off with some tweets. Twitter's hot takes. They're very easy to produce. They don't take much time. And then we're going to look at a couple news stories, and then we're going to get into a couple of special surprises at the end of the show.
I'll have a little teaser on that. I'm not going to tell you upon whom we are going to dunk, but it's going to be a very special goblin. So
and honestly, I might send you something else, Kevin, but it's not guaranteed. So we'll see how we're doing on time before we make that decision.
Wonderful. And I guess the only thing about the Ghoul Gang Rising is that unlike regular streams where if people come in or whatever, it'll be like, oh, okay, that's dope. Let's bring that guy in or whatever. Due to time restraints and everything and how much material we're probably going to be going over, this one's just going to be Reece and me for each podcast. But we're doing them every week. So it's going to be, this is what you're going to be seeing every Saturday at 11 p.m. on Superpower Broadcasting. So.
In the future, I'm totally not against bringing on a guest. Okay. I would I would prefer to not have more than one guest though, because I think it starts to turn into a bit of a cluster at that point. But and for the regular streams, that's fine when we're not really, we're just shooting the breeze and it's
on these days, you know. So like,
yeah, no,
it's very rare that I do solo streams anymore, you know. But
I mean, are we not enough for you people? I just want to have a show with my friend Kevin. when I was on the stream earlier with Henry and Coach and Canine, he was like, "You should let me on," and I'm like, "Why? It's not just a hangout. We're doing a show, man. We've been talking. We have a plan." Oh.
No. This is actually like a formal thing. This isn't just like, oh, you know, we used to do like an evening with the Hawks and stuff, and that was kind of formalized, except it was still free for all Hawks to join. This one it's for the Spookster and the Nukester, you know. So it's the do I still have that meme queued up? I do. You know. Oh man, it's for these guys right here. This is literally us in the studio right now, by the way. So
Kansas Gas, will this be a consistent show like once a week? We are aiming for that, and we're going to try to do it on Saturdays. It's a day that works out well for both of us. So yeah, I don't see any reason why it can't happen once a week.
And definitely everybody be sure to share this around. Let's get this out across the internet so that we can have lots of more people coming in and watching it. And also send this to like your typical Kremlin Kyle fan or Tinky Tulsi Gabbard fan and stuff. They can come in here. So give us more content to dunk on in the chat. Like seriously, every alt-right group you can think of, every far left group you can think of, the Ilhan Omar fanboys, send this to everybody. You know, I'm sure they'll enjoy it. So
yeah, by enjoy you mean cause an aneurysm, but you know,
that's right. Difference. Yeah, like a little bit of raised blood pressure. You know,
oh my God, those guys you're still around. Yeah. Was it the other day? No, it was like the day before when I actually was streaming on my channel for the first time in a million years. And in the chat, there was some dude. He actually did the meme, like the unsubscribed. I can't believe this channel is still around. It's like, who would feel the need to announce that? It's so lame. Just leave if you don't like it.
I guess you got owned. I mean, like, because if
I lost one person who I'd never even seen before.
if you're a YouTuber and you lose a subscriber, it is literally game over. Like, it's done. It's done. Like, how do you recover from that? How do you
game over, man? Game over.
Game over. You know, how do you even recover? Okay. In all seriousness, though, it's funny because on a typical day these days, I usually, like, on average, gain a couple subscribers or whatever. I also I know for a fact I usually lose about one subscriber too. So it's like, you know, it's like a 2 steps forward, 1 step back sort of thing. Or in Reece,
every day I gain a subscriber, every day I lose a subscriber. Balanced as all things should be.
Stonk goes up, stonk goes down. You
can't explain that.
That's right. That's right. Oh man. So again, this is Ghoul Gang Rising, and this is a weekly podcast on Superpower Broadcasting. So welcome in the chat, everybody.
We also have Morty in the chat. Morty, hey Morty, I see you.
Oh yeah. There's a chance that's not actually Morty. So oh man, that's kind of a meme now. Oh yeah, Anthony right there. 500 subs. 500 subs. That's right, because we passed 500 subs recently, and I appreciate the effort, but it seemed like some people made a few socks, and YouTube definitely nuked sock subscribers, like almost basically overnight. So
I was getting the question earlier why we were doing it on your channel, and my idea for that was I really just wanted to promote your channel more, and I wanted this to be the hub. I wanted this. People already come here because you're streaming anyway, and I don't know. I just thought that it made more sense. But I'm probably going to be posting, funny clips from the show. on my channel, just as a promotional tool. But ultimately, my channel, it's there. I would rather see this channel grow. I don't feel like I need more subs, really. You see how little I care. I just had one leave and I was like, whatever.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
No, I appreciate it. I definitely appreciate that. And I'll also have clips and stuff from the from Ghoul Gang Rising appearing on this show too. And so we're going to be titling it, episode 1, episode 2, and whatnot. But after we're done, after we've gone over the subject material and seen which direction each stream actually goes, I'll be editing the title afterwards to include the key themes that we went over. But yeah, for those wondering, I have been going through some of the older streams from the last few weeks and getting some really good and based highlights and stuff, some sound bites and everything together. So we'll have some of those videos coming out soon too. But these days it's mostly just, it's a bit of a grind to do your daily streaming, your daily premiere. But we got the patron gang and everybody, and that was
we've got actually. So they're saying there's an echo. I want someone to verify that if there's actually an audio issue.
Okay.
But in the chat, we have a lot of really awesome. We've got Henry, Billy, Anthony Roberto. We've got Scuba Steve.
We got
Kirk
Stephen,
Wilcox.
Stephen Michael Davis. We got Kirk himself. Well, Kirk was the one who came up with Coleslaw Castley to own head effects. So that's and
okay.
Kirk does, he detects no echoes. Now we're up to 25 people already. Okay, barely noticed.
Do you have the stream open in another tab, Kevin?
I don't. I made sure to close that out right before we went live. Actually, who is the echo coming from? Because
I think they're saying it's coming from me, but I'm not seeing. I've got echo cancellation on StreamYard's highlighted.
Yeah, we got Philip here. Philip, by the way, he's one of the OG supporters. I mean, I remember Philip way back in the day. Philip was a guy who actually got nuked from Twitter for a while because he said bombing Iran, and he got reported for hate speech and stuff from that. So,
that's a real one right there.
Yeah, no, he's a longtime Hawk right there. Philip Hawk over on Twitter. We got Nostra Bungus here. Hashtag the bong is never wrong. Welcome to the chat, gang. And that's because Reece is streaming from a canyon in Yellowstone. That's right. We got Wyoming Reece.
I'm balanced right on the edge, trying not to fall in.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Right in the geyser.
That sounds spooky. Right in the geyser. Yeah.
I'm streaming and steaming.
Steaming. Yeah. I mean, those things, you don't want to mess around with those things. Those things are pretty potent. So
absolutely not.
I mean,
anyway.
Yeah,
I think we should probably get into it.
Yep, let's get into it. Absolutely. So yeah, we got 27 people here, and I will say though, I appreciate you going to the effort of try to promote my channel and everything. I'm totally down to do this where like we do one here, we do one on your channel, and vice versa. We could switch over, or, we could do it on this channel until we get the same number of subs as yours, and then do it on your channel for a while and keep going back and forth like that. Who knows? But because I'm definitely aiming for 10K subs here. It's just going to take a while. Reece is almost at 10K subs. So to everybody who watches this channel, if you haven't actually subscribed to Spooky Nukies yet, I'm not sure how many of you that is. Go and subscribe to Spooky Nukies over on YouTube. He's formerly known as Nightmare Fuel. So
that's the good stuff right there. Thank you, my friend.
Let's get into it. So you've compiled some interesting
some goodies for you.
Yeah. So just for the audience, I don't actually even really know what we're going to be looking at. I know that Reece sent me one video earlier that we were talking about, but I'm not sure if that's going to come up tonight. But tonight's a little bit of a surprise for me too. So
actually, that's so funny because the one I sent you, I decided against. I found one that I liked better. So Kevin really has no clue.
Fair enough. Absolutely.
We've got a selection of tweets. The first one I thought you personally would get a real hoot out of, considering your recent debate me bro status.
Well, I will say about that. Okay, so for those of you who have been like, OG fans of the show and everything, you'll know that for about a year or so, I vehemently detested the debate me bro culture and everything. And then, I got to thinking and everything. Actually, well, okay, there's a serious answer and then there's also a meme answer. So you'll just have to decide which is which. But basically, I was like, well, I decided that I was going to become a debate me bro because I wanted money, views, and subs. So, and then there's the other one. There's the other one, which is I realized how easy it is to actually debate these people. So I was worried in the run up to the one with Burns. Did I do my research properly? Did I? Yeah. Kevin is grifted to debate me, bro, for sure. For sure. By the way, I was like, oh crap. Everybody's like, dude, he's got a doc sheet and everything. It was stressful for me because I was on the daily stream grind. I was working a ton, still working a lot and everything. And I knew this guy, that's all he does. Like, this is like his full-time thing. Is like he streams and everything. And obviously he's into foreign policy and all that. And people were like, dude, this guy, he gets like 10,000 views and everything. He's got a huge doc sheet. Make sure you know your stuff. Make sure you've done your research. And for me, I'm like, well, I always keep up with North Korea, and I've been following North Korea for like 15 years. But not a bad idea to go over some arms control stats and stuff and actually get up to date on my numbers on everything as to what they've got. And then we go into it, and he's got nothing. He's got absolutely nothing. He cited the same out of place John Bolton quote taken out of context 5 times. And then accused me of being a fascist because I watched Devin Tracy.
Yeah, I don't remember him citing any numbers. He had
no formal citations, no figures. But I would be shocked if everything that I was being told was a lie. I don't think that the people that told me that he had a doc sheet were lying to me. Like, these were hawks and stuff. I think that they were acting on good information. I think that he just totally bungled it and didn't take it very seriously, and he didn't use any sources. He didn't do anything basically, and it was pathetic. And he coped afterwards, filed a copyright strike over here and everything after telling me that I could mirror it, and a bunch of douchey stuff and everything. But I realized after that one, for sure, I was like, you know what? I don't even really need to do very much in the way of research at all before debates, because like when you're working all the time, you're streaming all the time. It's hard to get, time to do research to prep for debates. I haven't really done much in the way of research at all for a lot of the debates. I think the only ones that I did research for recently was the one that I had with Ray Murasame. That was about it. I had a couple with Ray Murasame in the last couple months. That was about it. You don't actually need to do that much research as long as you keep up with the news and everything and happen to know a thing or two about geopolitics and morality and whatnot. And I realized how profoundly easy it is to actually win these debates. Like, because back in the day when I would watch Shapiro, I would watch Sargon, I would watch even Vosh, I'd be like, oh, there's probably a lot of effort that goes into that behind the scenes. Probably actually not that much. Not that much. I mean, I know that Shapiro cites sources and stuff, but he strikes me as the kind of guy, kind of like me, where he can just remember stats and stuff years down the road. I'd be surprised if he even spends that much time, honestly, on research. So,
No, that I very much doubt that.
So that's how I became a debate me, bro, is that it's way, yes, it takes time and you have to be on your feet, but it doesn't take as much prep as I used to think it did. So we can do that a lot more. And also, everybody loves the debates. Like, some of these debates will get like 400, 500 views when a typical video that I put out there gets like 120 views or something. So it's a way to reach a wider audience. And it's a way to win people over too. Like, we've converted paleocons. We've converted, progressives and stuff like that to take on a more nuanced approach to foreign policy from watching stuff. That's not just all the debates and everything. That's like all the videos and everything in total. But I think that
it's a process to, potentially win people over.
Yeah, no, I think that Reece, I think that you're somebody who could definitely do likewise. I mean, if you decided to, I can see Spooky Nukies become a debate me bro type channel too, where you just dunk on anti-war brainlets. Like, it's really not that hard, because what you have to understand is that even the heavyweight of foreign policy on Twitch was a cinch to beat. It was so easy. I mean, like that, and that's their champion. That's like their big foreign policy advisor and everything. And he didn't fare very well. So you can imagine what the average person on their side is like. They got nothing. I mean, because it's one thing to debate somebody who, they know all their stuff and everything, and they've got all their talking points in order and everything. Most of these people don't. And it's been, as Anthony Roberto in the chat has described, with a string of these debates. It's just an endless string of L's.
Endless war, one might say.
Yeah, it's an endless war, but it's also every time a mission accomplished, and people are like, another head on the wall for Superpower broadcasting. So somebody
should make a meme of you, and you have just like your trophies on the wall.
Oh,
and it's the heads of all the people you've debated.
It's the heads of everybody. It's like you've got their that Daniel.
They'll probably get flagged for hate speech or something.
Get flagged for hate speech. That's right. Everything's
just an idea, though.
Yeah. No. Henry was the one who said to be a debate me bro before he was a debate me bro. But so is Anthony Roberto. Anthony Roberto was somebody who was like, no, dude, you should do more debates and everything. And I was like, no, I don't feel like doing debates and everything. And we'd probably have more subs right now if I did the debate me bro stuff earlier on, but I probably wouldn't have enjoyed it as much as when I decided that I was down for it, on my own terms. So, because I actually really enjoy debating people now. So, whereas before I used to find it to be annoying, but now I get a kick out of it. So.
You found a way to make it work for you, and you end up getting donations and the views and active support, new people coming into the, granted, people coming into the chat are oftentimes haters, but some of them stick around, and
some of them are funny. And I will say the donations is a big part of it too. I mean, that it's usually really exhausting to come on and stream and everything after working, say like 9 hours or whatever, but the donations definitely make it more hype, and I mean, it's oftentimes the case where the brainlets will just line up, and they don't really necessarily bring good arguments to the table. And I've said before, like, here's a piece of advice to the brainlet brigades that are out there watching this. If you're considering debating me or whatever, you should probably debate a few other people first before you come here, so it's not a total bloodbath. So you at least have a shot, because what I've seen lately, these people, like the last guy I debated, for example, Daniel, he spent the first 10 minutes or whatever of the debate saying, well, I just want to ask some questions to like find out your politics and everything. He had no idea. All that he knew was that I was a fan of Liz Cheney. That's it. And he got destroyed. So, but he did say though, that he wasn't drunk. So make of that what you will. So
he wasn't drunk.
Oh, no, I don't have the stonks memes anymore. I should get one of those meme man surreal stonks memes.
That's what we needed Arthur for.
Yeah. Hey, Ray Murasame's here. We were talking. Wait, you're a Kame. Oh, wait, is that a sock? Or like
I don't know if I'd trust it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think that's actually her, because she's a YouTuber. I don't think she would just. Well, I could actually confirm if that's her. I'm just gonna look up Ray Murasame right now and see if she changed her name. No, that's not her account.
It could be an alt, but
could be
I don't know why she would use an alt, to be honest with her.
That's true. Could be an alt. Good point.
Anyway, we should probably get to the tweets.
That's right. Tweets time. So, okay. I'm actually going to change the Chiron right here so that everybody can go and follow Reece over on Twitter. Wait, do I still... Where is it?
Look how prepared Mr. Castley is.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm about as prepared for this as I am for the debate with Daniel. And that one went very well, so tonight should probably go very well, too.
You were more prepared than him.
Well, I knew my politics, so I did some research and stuff.
See, you had an unfair advantage, because really the entire debate was about him trying to figure out what your politics were, you already knew the whole time.
That's true. And you might say
it's not fair, Kevin. It's not fair.
But you might say it's like, oh, but you didn't do research on his politics and everything. And it's like, here's a pro
nobody tip. Who cares?
He's a nobody. I'm not the only reason he even came on is because I have an open door debate policy. Anybody can challenge me to a debate. By the way, if any time I've had people on there saying like, oh, Kevin, he's scared to debate this guy or whatever. It's like, no. You can't use that as an excuse. There's literally nobody on Twitter or YouTube that I won't debate. The only conditions are they have to come over here on this channel and they get the rights to mirror it on their channel afterwards. And we get a moderator that we both agree to. So, that's basically it. And I would say as well, if you're interested in debating me, you don't have to be an adversary. You could be a friend of mine and just have a disagreement on something. Send me a DM over on Twitter and we'll work out a time frame to debate on. I'm actually not doing debates for a little while now. I think we did 3 in a row. I'm trying to focus on covering news and stuff right now, as well as doing this show. So, but yeah, you're watching Ghoul Gang Rising. So we're about to actually get into the substance of
Rising.
Rising. That's right. And this is us, by the way. So that's what we actually look like. So
I still can't get over imagine a suit here.
Imagine a suit here. That's right.
Lazy.
I took actually there was also I guess I'm about to donks Reece here, but Reece took a selfie earlier. That was actually him earlier this evening. So
oh, I look good.
Yeah. That's you just being like, dude, you have no idea what you're talking about, bro.
Just looking over my shoulder like, yeah, and
like that was some dumb,
what of it?
Yeah. Okay. So and we got some people joining us here tonight.
Yeah, Kevin, they're saying get on with the tweets. Get on with them.
Yeah. Let's get into the tweets. So
boo, worst show ever. Unsub.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I am a total boomer. I thought that you were going to link me this stuff in the private chat. I was looking for an update.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't even realize you were sending it to me on Twitter. I thought that you were delayed. That's why I wasn't sure what you were talking about. Okay, well, that's kind of awkward. So I'm going to get my snipping application out and let's take a look at these tweets. By the way, do you want me to include the replies in them or just the tweets?
Just the tweets are fine. And honestly, you could probably just screen share unless you're against that. See, guys, look, it's our first episode. We're allowed to not know what we're doing. We have this one time for excuses.
That's right. We're just rookie amateurs. So here we go. This is the first one. This is by Celesting. And as a former debater, I think that the quote unquote debate mentality is a huge part of the problems in our modern or in our public discourse. Debate, which many aspiring lawyers do in school, teaches you to treat everything like an academic thought experiment rather than real issues that affect actual humans. So this is kind of what goes back to what Henry talks about. There are 2 different definitions of what a debate means. A debate can be a formalized and very structured exchange of ideas with 2 people representing different arguments. By the way, oftentimes in debating, especially in academic context, you'll be assigned a position and then have to argue, either the pro or the con on it, regardless of your own feelings. I've done that before. And then there are internet debates. Those are different things. That's why it was interesting. So there was a bit of a misunderstanding with the Politicrat, because when we asked Politicrat to moderate a debate, he went and got like a style and everything for it and formalized structure and everything. He thought that we were using the first definition of it, but MMI and I basically wanted the internet definition of it, which was blood sports.
But no one, for the most part, like that kind of debate is a little too highbrow for this side of the web. But
I'm not opposed
mean,
to them though. I
even
mean, they could be interesting. Like I'm sure if Noam Chomsky came on or something, we could probably do something like that. But you know,
yeah, because that's what someone in his field or just in his walk of life is used to. But here's the thing: when I found this funny, one because because you've been on the debate, Spurg, but you've been debating Spurgs, but you've been on a debate splurge rather. So Spurgs and splurge all around for debates. But speaking of Spurgs, when you were talking with Dylan Burns, there were a couple thought experiments, I suppose, in terms of, you could say it's technically a thought experiment. Well, this is what would happen if North Korea got, these particular weapons, in this particular time frame. But it's not like you were dehumanizing people as a result of that. You were talking about real people and how real issues would affect them. So, I mean, like, all you need is one example to blow this entire supposedly profound idea out of the water.
Oh, yeah. No, I think that, debates should only be formalized and they should only be clinical and they shouldn't have any real world sort of stuff. Like this is coming from somebody who's almost certainly thinking of a debate as you just argue different things that are based on what you're assigned, and you do it in like an Oxford sort of context and stuff. It's like, okay, those can be interesting, and there are formal debates that Oxford will put out there where people represent their genuine convictions. I mean, Hitchens used to do that and everything back when he was still alive to take dubs and everything, and he would debate people and whatnot, and he could do both styles of debating. But I think what most young people these days think of as a debate is it's a clash of ideas. It's a clash of values. It can be spectacular. It can sometimes be thermonuclear, as we've seen on this channel. I've illustrated that on many occasions now. I think that very formalized structure to debates is something that you could argue might in some ways make debates more productive in a vacuum. But I would argue that for most people, you're actually going to be reaching fewer people if you only structure your debates that way. Like if you're already huge, you structure your debates like that, people are going to come and watch it. But say you're a channel that's just starting out and you do those very formalized debates with people that nobody really knows who they are and they don't know who you are. People are probably going to get pretty bored pretty fast, actually. And so I think that the more contemporary sort of format of it, where, it doesn't always have to be blood sports or anything, but it's more of a free form conversation and back and forth. That is what engages people, because, and that's not just like a new thing either. I mean, politics in terms of mass appeal has always had an entertainment component to it, for example. And you can go back to ancient Greece and they had that, so, but that's my view on it. So,
yeah, just a quick little thing. The rest of these are a bit more politically relevant, but I did find that a bit amusing, given your the last couple of streams you've been doing.
Oh, for sure. I think I've got a playlist and everything where I'm going to put all the debates in there. I think I'm up to like 15 or 16 debates now that were actually formally scheduled debates. I'm obviously aiming to do a lot this year, so. We'll move on to the next tweet. So I've got this one here. And let's take a look at this. This is from Panda Ben at Elephant Ben. Okay, so he's a panda and an elephant. Okay.
It's a confusing, the username and the @ are in conflict.
Yeah. Hello, I am a panda elephant. It's like something you would see in one of those Stonks videos. It's very kind of surreal, So the Iraq and Afghanistan wars are overall dismal failures. Oh, really? And in the first case, vastly empowered Iran. I genuinely don't get why people on this site defend them so much. Wait, he's talking about Twitter. Who the hell on Twitter besides like us at our community is defending the Iraq.
It's more like I saw one person defending them, and now I'm triggered and need to tweet this out.
Yeah. Nobody on Twitter. On Twitter, if I put out a pro-Iraq war tweet, at most, especially if it's a meme, it'll get like 50 or 60 likes. Usually it'll get like 12 or 15 likes. Then you can have people like Brianna Joy Gray or something tweet something about the Iraq war in the very negative case and get like 50,000 likes. So yeah, they have no idea what they're talking about. But I did want to include a couple replies here because there's actually an account I follow here, which is God Hates Flags. That's Vanilla Terry. Interesting username. Steve Badelli says, if you start going around admitting that your last wars were failures, it makes it harder to get some new ones going. So he's obviously with Panda Elephant Ben. But Vanilla Terry says, I think it's a bit pretentious to reduce anyone defending the merit of those wars as merely looking for excuses to justify some war for the sake of it. Yeah, so that's the thing. And I don't actually know her position on both of those wars. I'm pretty sure she's pro-Afghanistan intervention, but
at least tepidly. And again, it's so much more complicated than all this. I'm bothered, really. It depends on the context, but you can spot a brainlet from a mile away when they start talking the Iraq War. Which one? Which Iraq war?
There was Operation Desert Storm, and then of course there was the 2003 invasion, and those were different contexts. The first one was simply a repellent effort by the coalition to push Saddam out of his occupation of Kuwait and to essentially restore Kuwaiti sovereignty. The second one was actually a liberation of Iraq from the menace, the regime, the Republic of Fear, as it was called under Saddam Hussein. That one was, about 12 years later. So two different wars. The United States, by the way, won both of them. So,
yeah, no, these are not. I mean, it feels like treading water at this point. What exactly is this man's definition of a dismal failure? Is it a failure to remove a regime from power that you went to war with? Two regimes when we're speaking of these wars, and now
this guy thinks the Cold War almost certainly was a failure.
I mean, look how long it took.
Yeah, look how long it took.
It took decades, bro.
Decades, bro. Well, but by the way, that argument of it's been X amount of time, you could actually use for anything. Like I said in the example with Daniel, I'm like, oh, it's 1943. It's been 2 years, bro. Bring the boys home. It's been 2 years, bro.
Too long. My attention spans. It can't take it anymore.
Can't take it. Yeah. It's like, I mean, by the way, imagine you tried that excuse. Imagine you tried that excuse with a cop. Like, oh, yeah, no, I totally killed a guy 11 years ago. But, like, it's been too long. What are you doing here, dude? Like, I'm innocent now. It's like, dude, there's no statute of limitations on murder. There's no statute of limitations on genocide. Now, that's a little bit of a different argument. But likewise, it applies in the case of the war that you go, I mean, imagine you were prosecuting a serial killer and the prosecution actually rested their case and just gave up, and they said, hey, look, we've been going after this guy for 6 years now. We're just done. It's been too long. Just done. Like, you guys were close to getting a conviction. It's like, no, we're done. We're done. We actually just want to close the case and everything. Like, he's free to go, It's like, because and it's similar in the case of Afghanistan, for example. In the case of Afghanistan, the Taliban used to control the vast majority of the country right up in the run up to the invasion. And then afterwards, they went down to about 13%. So the United States and coalition forces were actually very close to victory. And now everybody wants to pull out, which is pathetic. And in the case of Iraq, it's different because Iraq was actually a total victory. So that doesn't apply there. But
we should speak about the Iran thing a little bit. But here's the thing. You know what happened that vastly empowered Iran? not doing anything
Yeah.
following 1979. So how exactly was that a concern? Okay, let's say this, because I agree with that. I do think that simultaneously, while we were invading Iraq, we should have, at the very least, been using soldiers in the region to put more pressure on the Iranian regime and to make a concerted effort to prevent Iranian insurgents from getting into Iraq and taking advantage of that situation, and then obviously do a regime change war either there simultaneously or directly afterward. However, in what world would the guy who's complaining about the Iraq war and the Afghanistan war have supported that? Because he wouldn't have. It is such pointless whataboutery.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. It's absolute whataboutery. It's the same thing as, oh, what about Saudi, though? Except it's a little different because I'm not advocating for a regime change in Saudi Arabia. But I have said before, my only criticism with the Iraq war is that Bush didn't invade Iran at the same time. It would have been, in essence, almost a single front war from Afghanistan to Iraq at that point. And the Ayatollah regime would have fallen 100% because you don't actually need to have boots on the ground across the whole country. All that you actually have to do is occupy the oil fields in the southwest before the mountains, which are easily accessible, which are home to about 85% of their oil resources. And you can then bankrupt the regime and pummel them with aerial bombardments against their strategic facilities, their command and control facilities, and their ballistic missile installations. That's what you would do, essentially. And you would bring the regime to its knees very, very quickly. And then in the wake of that, you wouldn't actually see or I should say, you would not actually see the insurgency that took place in Iraq during the Iraq War. A lot of people will say, oh, look at the death toll in the Iraq War. Almost all of that death toll is Iranian-sponsored insurgents. If Iran was toppled, that would not have happened. And both wars would have been much faster. And by 2008, Iraq would have been stable for the most part, and Iran would be on its way towards a democratic government right now and an ally of the West. So that was all forfeited, though, by lack of political will to, finish the job, basically. They went after Afghanistan under the Taliban, and they went after Saddam's Iraq. But leaving Iran there really undermined the effort in Iraq. Now, Iraq was still an operational success. All of the aims of the operation were actually achieved. A lot of people say it's a failure. It's like, no, the Saddam regime was toppled. Iraq's threat to the region was neutralized. The WMDs, the precursors, etc., were captured. And Iraq is no longer, of course, playing host to terrorism. They are no longer conducting genocide against their own people. They're no longer invading their neighbors. So in every regard, the war was still a success by the basic metrics, and the mission was accomplished. But it could have been better. It could have been a lot better,
Yeah, and I mean, that's the case for anything. Like, if you have 20/20 hindsight, you can always say, oh yeah, this could have been better. It's a pointless conversation in 2021 of, well, we should have done this different. I think what we should be talking about, okay, keeping that in mind, yeah, obviously you can learn from the past a little bit, but what are we going to do today? I agree that to a major extent, Iran was empowered. However, I don't think that because that happened, that means that we should have left at the time what was a worse regime objectively in power, a worse regime for the region and for the world. And it just so happens that their longtime rival, Iran, was empowered by that deposing. But I don't think that means, well, you shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have done the first thing. That's kind of the difference. That's the difference between us and some of these. There's kind of like more right-wing non-interventionists who will usually bring up Iran. I guess they don't like Iran for whatever reason, and they really only bring it up as a point of whataboutery to say, well, you shouldn't have done this in Iraq. I don't believe that they have the political will to actually argue for regime change in Iran for the most part.
They don't like Iran because Trump was pretty tough on Iran, because Obama was soft on Iran. That's all it's about. Like it's a similar reason why they don't like China. They're down with Russia. It comes down to what Trump was about, and Trump's rhetoric was very critical of China. Now, he didn't do anywhere near enough, in my view, and he was very critical of Iran. And I said before, I said to you, I'm like, look, he might actually fall in love with the Ayatollah. If he meets the Ayatollah, he'll fall in love with him. Fortunately, that never happened, and he had a pretty tough line against Iran compared to what could have happened if Bolton wasn't there and if he had listened to Tucker even more. But then you look at his supporters; they're all about anti-war and everything, except you ask them how they feel about China, and you ask them how they feel about Iran, and they both don't like them. So I think it really has to do with the Trump thing, like, more than anything else.
Well, if he had gone to war with Iran, they all would have changed their minds.
They would have supported it. They would have supported it. They would have said if you were against the war that you were like a communist hippie or something, So
yeah, that's kind of the problem with a completely unprincipled reactionary populist movement is you can't, and the leaders that those movements produce, you can't rely on them for anything. I need a reliable movement and reliable leaders who will advocate for U.S. interests consistently. It doesn't matter what the opposition is saying. It doesn't matter if you're in power, if you're not in power. It doesn't matter if it is, a politically sexy thing to say at the moment. You expect this consistent advocacy of American interests. Anyway, we can move on from that.
We can move on to the next and final tweet for the night before we get into the video segment. So, first, I just want to take a look at Chris there. Just realized 500 subs. There we go. Yeah, we're back up to 500. Based. Big ups to everybody for subscribing. I appreciate it. And, you get daily videos here, so you're not going to regret it. This is the next one. Bridget Gabriel says, and of course I replied to this a little while ago, Liz Cheney's father is a war criminal. And her father, of course, is Dick Cheney. War criminal. What a cute buzzword. Yeah, and I like Wilson there. He's talking. He says, Abraham Lincoln is a war criminal. Yeah, everybody's a war criminal. But this is me. Liz Cheney's father helped kill a war criminal. And that's me, of course. If you want the enlarged version of it, that's the reaction right there. So
this woman is, according to her Twitter, a national security expert.
Expert, just like Burns, such an expert.
I'm an expert, guys.
Yeah,
I know my shit. Yeah. Again, I hear this kind of rhetoric all the time. I have yet to see examples of how exactly it's true, but you hear it, and I guess if something's repeated often enough, then it's true in the minds of millions of brainlets the world around.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. That's us right there. Just being like, can you believe the brainlet brigades tonight? Like, where do they
objection, Miss Gabriel? How is that true exactly? Who? Yeah. According to who is Dick Cheney a war criminal?
A war criminal.
By anybody I should be concerned with? Anyone who has any power over a former U.S. vice president?
There are actual war criminals out there. Like, when we make fun of the war criminal thing, it's not to say that there aren't war criminals. For example, Bashar al-Assad, Bashar the Butcher, is a war criminal.
No, he's not. It's all fake news.
Milosevic was a war criminal. There are, you can actually be a war criminal. It's totally possible. Dick Cheney, no, he's not a war criminal. That's bad shit. So, I mean,
what? I really don't get it. Like, people do realize, like, he wasn't even all that involved. Like, he was, he okayed a few things. He ran things in the Senate.
No, Reece. But didn't you watch the movie Vice? Dick Cheney was
a very objective and fair film.
all the strings. In fact, George W. Bush, he could have just not been there the whole presidency and everything still would have happened. It was all Dick Cheney, man. That's what Adam McKay said. Didn't you watch Vice? Didn't you watch Vice? Oh, man. Yeah, no, I like, the thing is, these people are great for content, though, at least. That's the only thing that's good about this kind of filth being out there, is it gives us something to dunk on, you know? I mean, how much of a self-hating, defeatist, self-guilt person you have to be where you look at your side as the bad guys and do apologetics for Saddam Hussein? It's totally disgraceful, completely disgraceful, especially to see coming from somebody who identifies as somebody in national security. I mean, this is the sort of thing you would expect from either a Russia Today spokesperson or a hippie. So
yeah, this person is just a cursory glance. It seems to be part of like a right-wing think tank, and the angle of the attack is interesting because they're clearly mad at Liz Cheney over recent comments she made about supporting impeaching Trump, and so like this has no real bearing on Liz Cheney at the end of the day. Liz Cheney's father, actually, you know, you could just say Dick Cheney is a war criminal if that's where you wanted to go with that. But
that's her right there with the war criminal. And look at him, like he's actually
how could you sit with a war criminal?
Like he's actually committing war crimes right now. Like, look at his hands, man. Like it's just his existence is a war crime, man.
So yeah, like seriously, an epically lame attack on Liz Cheney. Your dad's a war. Well, is Liz Cheney a war criminal? Based on these very loose definitions, I suppose she has to be. We're probably war criminals.
No. Well, I've been accused of being a war criminal many times, but no. Liz Cheney is 100% a war criminal. She voted in favor of impeaching Trump. That's a war crime. It's a war crime.
It's gotten to the point where I think that if you vote to ever increase the military budget, you're a war criminal in the eyes of people who don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah. No, the U.S. military existing is a war crime. So
there you go. Glad we got that sorted.
We can move on to the video time. And I believe I put these in order. So we're going to start off with Chuck Schumer. So
actually for this one, we're not going to watch the whole thing, but there was one particular point I wanted to cut to. This is regarding the attempt to impeach Trump, which was not successful today.
That's right.
And we're going to cut to.
They succeeded in impeaching him. They didn't convict him in the Senate, though, just technically for the record. But yeah, he was formally impeached twice, but he was acquitted. Despite, well, actually, 7 Republican senators voted to convict him, which I was impressed by. I thought it was going to be lower than that. I was expecting like 5 of them, but we had 7. So
there you go.
But
I forgot who it was. Somebody on Twitter was saying, if it was an anonymous vote, it would have been 100%.
If it was secret ballot, well, I mean, look at Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney won in a secret ballot. The QAnon and Trump people got 61 votes. She got 145. So all these people who say, oh, no, Trump's totally the Republican Party and everything, and Cheney and those kinds of people, they have no hope. It's like, wrong again. When the actual officials are able to actually speak their minds and not have to prostrate themselves in public for the orange man, they're all like, oh yeah, we wish Liz Cheney was in leadership over these nuttards. So
yeah, and it really depends, but it's gotten to the point where unfortunately a lot of people have to save face politically in a way that in a world with common sense would be political suicide. But nope, that's just what they have to do. But for the Chuck Schumer video, we're gonna go to 3 minutes in, and we're gonna watch like 30 seconds to a minute. It's just there's one bit that I found slightly disagreeable.
Okay,
to say the least.
I've got queued up for 3 minutes. I'm just going to now screen share over to it.
I really can't stress this enough. I don't disagree with the majority of this video. I think that it's mostly sound, but this one analogy is just a bit suspect to me.
Here we go.
While in office, we heard the preposterous claim that the former president's incitement to violence was.
Oh, can you turn it up, Kevin?
Yeah.
The First Amendment right to free speech protects Americans from jail, not presidents from impeachment.
There we go.
Okay, you're able to hear it fine, right? Because I think the way that you're hearing it right now is coming from my speakers into the mic. That's the way I believe you're able to hear it. So,
well, there we go. We'll see if people, again, it's our first time, so take it easy on us.
Next time what will be easier is if you could send me them and I'll download them and then I'll put it into file share instead, which is a new feature now. It actually allows me to play videos longer than 5 minutes, which you didn't
be able
to do on StreamYard. This is something they
added.
But
can you pause them, though?
Yes, you can, which you didn't used to be able to do. You'd have to restart the whole clip. So StreamYard just updated it. That's why there wasn't a premiere the other day, because they screwed up with the processing on everybody's videos, basically. But here we are. So for next time, we'll do that instead. So we'll actually have it playing directly from the stream instead of the analog way here. But here we go.
I got you.
The president had said during World War II that, quote, Germany should attack the United States on Long Island. We've left it undefended. I suspect Congress would have considered that an impeachable offense.
Okay, that's it. I mean, look, I by no means want to deny any, at least partial responsibility in spurring people on to go, tell Congress to their face that they were wrong and to demand that justice to the election process was done. But I mean, even that, I think, is a very over the top. Now, you could say that about Trump in regards to certain foreign adversaries. Maybe not necessarily that Capitol Hill is undefended, but certain areas where the U.S. had a foothold, like northern Syria. Now we're getting out of there. We're pulling troops out of Afghanistan. We're essentially inviting adversarial forces into those regions. And in those ways, Trump would be similar to a Neville Chamberlain figure. Mm-hmm. But here it's a very, I'd say, inappropriate comparison that, I mean, and it's related to, did he say if FDR had said that? Because he's having to invent a completely fictional situation then, because that's not what FDR said.
I'll replay
let's look at it again.
They committed while in office. We heard the preposterous claim that the former president's incitement to violence was protected by the First Amendment. The First Amendment right to free speech protects Americans from jail, not presidents from impeachment. If the president had said during World War II that, quote, Germany should attack the United States on Long Island, we've left it undefended, I suspect Congress would have considered that an impeachable offense.
Oh, yeah, but that didn't happen. So there we go. That's about all I needed to say about that video. Did you have anything you wanted to add, Kevin?
I do, which is that when it comes to the impeachment and everything and what you define as high crimes and misdemeanors, it's a political process, and you can get impeached over things and you can get technically convicted on impeachment as a president for things that an average citizen could do and not go to jail over. The idea being that you have to hold your elected officials, especially the commander in chief, to a higher standard. And so that's, for example, one of the reasons why they impeached Bill Clinton over the Monica Lewinsky thing. Now, I personally wouldn't have proceeded against him with impeachment, but I could see why people would make the argument, well, he's the president, he shouldn't be having an affair and cheating on his wife and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, you can say it's his personal business, but I can understand.
But that's not even what he was impeached over.
That's technically true. He was impeached on lying about it, if I recall, actually.
Yeah, he committed perjury.
He committed perjury, which is technically actually something you can go to jail for. So I guess that does undermine my argument there. But the point that I would make,
that's an interesting thing to bring up, because I saw the presentation and one of Trump's lawyers was essentially bringing up clips where, of course, during that, the last time a president was impeached with Clinton, and you had Democratic representatives speaking out against that, speaking about how it would cause division. But the thing is, it's a completely different and unrelatable situation. Most Americans at the time did not agree with that process. Most Americans today don't agree with what happened to Bill Clinton. They think that that was a silly reason to impeach that president. That is not the case with what's happening today. It is not the majority of people who think that this was silly or pointless, or that Trump did nothing wrong, or that Trump did not abuse his power, or that Trump did not act in an unpresidential manner. No, it's not like with Bill Clinton. And you can't cite the speeches about Bill Clinton's impeachment where they're cautioning against causing division when you live in a country that's already divided so significantly. And it's that division is not helped by a former president who encouraged his supporters to go to Capitol Hill and to take back to make the election proper, to defend the sanctity of a fair democratic election and tell Congress how they felt. And that is exactly what they did. These are not comparable situations in the slightest.
My view of it is that on the actual rhetoric in Trump's speech, again, it's a political process. You can impeach and say, like, we're going to hold somebody to a higher standard, this kind of thing and whatnot. I know that the Trump defense team played like 13 minutes of Democrats giving speeches saying how they were going to fight and all this kind of stuff, which it was obviously in a political.
A lot of those extremely taken out of context.
They were taken out of context. But what I will say is that on the speech that Trump gave alone, you don't have to be the best attorney out there to make the argument that he was talking in a political way, and he wasn't saying to literally break down the doors and all that kind of stuff. But it
was more the consequences of what happened that was the true issue.
Here's the problem with this, though, is that the rhetoric in the speech I don't think is enough to probably convict somebody over. You could do an impeachment, but you can't. Nobody's probably going to vote for that on a conviction. But what I think was really damning was the revelations that came out from a number of people that were there with Trump afterwards, as well as Kevin McCarthy, the leader of the Republicans in the House, who had said, like, look, they're coming in, like, you got to call this off and everything. And Trump took pleasure in it. He reveled in it. Like that goes to show intent when. And I believe that if they had called Kevin McCarthy, for example, if they had subpoenaed him to be a witness, as opposed to what they wound up doing, I believe that it's actually possible that they might have swayed a couple more votes. I still probably think he wouldn't have been convicted, but it's that intent that's there that shows that he thought that this was based. Because it'd be one thing if you gave a speech like that and it was really, charged in rhetoric and everything, and you saw that happen and everything. He came out immediately and said, like, look, stand down, and we're saying the National Guard and everything, but that's not what happened. The National Guard was delayed. Additionally, Trump didn't come out for a while after it was unfolding, and you had Republican leaders on the phone with him, and he basically refused to condemn what was happening. And so that goes to show culpability there. And I think that's the argument that they should have gone with to convict, honestly, not just, the rhetoric of what he was doing to incite. It was that it's specifically that he had the intent to do it to incite, because just on the rhetoric of the speech alone, I don't think it's enough to say absolutely that he intended to incite what happened. But his reaction as it was unfolding definitely demonstrated at a minimum criminal negligence, that he just didn't care about the sedition that was going on. And I think either of those is grounds for, conviction. And again, this is an office, this is a standard that is ultimately lower than what an average citizen would face in court. Because again, high crimes and misdemeanors is a more nebulous term, and again, impeachment is kind of a political thing. It's to show that we're going to hold leaders to account. Well, if you can do this and not be held to account, well, at this point, Trump was right when he said he could have murdered a guy on Fifth Avenue in broad daylight. And would he be convicted? Probably not. So he'd probably get like 58 senators voting to convict him then instead of 57. But he'd still get away with it. So, you know, I mean,
it's a bit more difficult.
He'd go to jail, by the way. He'd go to jail, just to be clear. He would go to prison for murder. But would he be impeached? Yes. Would he be convicted? No. He'd get convicted in court. He wouldn't get convicted in the Senate. So if he murdered a guy on Fifth Avenue, like, how are you going to get convicted?
There's that. Like, I think that it's a bit more difficult to prove, you know, the intent to have this situation in which people's lives were put in jeopardy. But in terms of the intent to have people storm the Capitol, I think that given, you know, the speech that we heard, he basically, that's what he told people to do. He told people to go confront Congress to their face, to hold them accountable, and to protect the nation, protect in his eyes, the rightful vote. And that's what happened. They could have argued it better for sure. But I also think there's a lot of people, particularly people on the left, they're looking at this and they see it as pageantry. They see it as a waste of time. I cannot say this enough either. This was a political success to have 7 Republicans turn against Trump, and in some cases, quite prominent Republicans.
Risk their career, basically.
Yes, to have that happen at all, this was a political success going forward. And this was something that you were kind of mentioning, I believe, on your last stream. I would not necessarily say that the next Republican nominee is guaranteed to be someone who we find more agreeable. I really don't think so. And a lot of people are throwing out Nikki Haley's name, but there was just a segment done on her by Tucker Carlson, dragging her across hot coals. I think that in 4 years' time, if that were to happen, they would vie for someone who was more like Trump, someone who, not necessarily Trump, not necessarily his kids, but someone who was more of a populist, someone who was more in line with the paleocons. They don't want a Nikki Haley nomination, and it is far from guaranteed.
I disagree with that. I think that what Republicans are looking for is a fighter, and if Nikki Haley wins the primary, for example,
they're looking for a fighter for their particular causes, and this is a right wing that doesn't believe in Nikki Haley's stance on foreign policy.
Right, but if she wins, because I think we're going to change a lot of minds and everything, and I think people are waking up to the fact that isolationism is fringe and cringe. Say she wins, Tucker's going to have to change his tune at Fox or look for another job, because the Republican media is pretty cohesive. And if she's the Republican leader, there's no way in hell Tucker is going to be continuing to drag her like that and still have a job at Fox News. I don't see it happening. I
don't think necessarily.
Tucker's somebody who used to be friends with Bill Kristol, for example, back in the day. I think he's somebody who's malleable. I think he's somebody who would grift back to be more hawkish, honestly. If Nikki Haley was president, I don't think he would have the same rhetoric that he does today, because it just wouldn't be popular anymore. That's my view of it. And the Republican messaging would shift to where it was basically in like 2006.
I really wouldn't count on that. I think that Tucker he's reached a level of popularity where he doesn't necessarily have to be dependent on Fox News. He could go do his own thing, and he would take a lot of Fox viewers with him, because he's just that. He is a household name to this new brand of conservatism. You know, 2021 conservatism is very different to 2006 conservatism in the United States context. And there's basically not going to be any, okay, here's the royalty status of the GOP nominee in 2024. It is going to be a packed field filled with all manner of different people. And it would be very easy to target Nikki Haley for things she said, and basically anyone who was critical of Trump's time in office, and to say, look, are you really what's best for this party? Look how you treated this party last time you were anywhere in the periphery of that administration, that you're not what we need going forward. We need people who are going to unify the party. And the last time around, now, granted, that could shift too, where they could completely change their tune and say, Trump was such a failure. He couldn't even win a second term. We need somebody who was totally against that, wants to take the party in a new direction. But I think now that, they've had a taste of what a Trump, term would be like, there's a lot of people out there who think that they were cheated of having their 2 terms, and they're going to want to try it with somebody else, potentially. Someone who basically has identical policies to Trump. They're not going to want Haley. They're not going to want Jeb. If anything, they're going to be more swayed by, we want an outsider. We want somebody who's not part of the swamp. And I'm not a future predictor, people. Don't hold me to any of this. I'm saying potentially these are a couple different ways it could go, but I don't think things are going to, be quite as united as we typically would have expected in the past. I don't think by any means it's guaranteed. And I think that if Nikki Haley pursued the nomination seriously, she would have a big fight ahead of her on the right, let alone before she made it anywhere close to the general election.
Well, Trump had a big fight on his hands too, and I just want to go to something in the chat which people are saying.
I don't really think so, though. I think that he pretty handily crushed everyone and was the lead the entire time.
Yeah, Henry's saying Tucker still has the most popular cable political show. People are saying he's got the most popular show and all this kind of stuff. Look, that has more to do with that primetime segment on Fox than it does Tucker Carlson. If Tucker Carlson left and you replace them with literally anybody, let's say they replaced Tucker with me, who's got no formal broadcasting experience or whatever, you'd still have millions of people tuning in. Why? Because it's Fox News primetime. So does Tucker's personality have somewhat to do with it over former guests? Partly so. Also, Fox in general has been substantially more popular than CNN and MSNBC throughout a lot of that in general.
But the problem is, I don't see them firing him if he were critical of, Nikki Haley, if she were president or not, or if she was simply just a candidate for president.
Because I think if she's a candidate, no, but I think if he
was critical of Trump during his term at times.
Yeah, that's true.
So they're going to look at Tucker and they're going to be like, because in a few years, I don't think anything's really going to substantially change there. Tucker is still going to have millions of viewers, so they're going to be like, okay, you've got viewers, you have endorsements,
right.
We don't necessarily have to agree with you.
But the world is changing, because you have to keep in mind, by 2024, Iran, it will definitely have many nukes. There's a chance they'll have used them by then. North Korea is going to be much more of an outright menace in their rhetoric. You're going to have a much more belligerent Russia in the Middle East and Europe, and you're going to have China on the rise. And all this coupled, I think it's going to be the case that you're even going to see the more populist figures on the right coming around to interventionism, or at least a more confrontational foreign policy. And I personally think that Tucker Carlson is going to go back to that. That's my view of it. I don't think that Tucker has as strong convictions as a lot of people make out. I mean, I think of him as mostly a grifter. And if it's, again, popular to be a strong foreign policy hawk, then he'll move back in that direction to some extent. I mean, all that you have to do is essentially say what Trump was saying about Iran and China, and then just take that to its logical conclusion, which is, we should probably deal with those guys.
I think it would be a very sad indictment of the world if that's what it took. And unfortunately,
no, I think it will. I think it will take that because the prosperity that we've had since the fall of the Soviet Union has allowed us to pretend the rest of the world doesn't exist, and the rest of the world is growing back. They are ascendant, and they will they will make themselves heard. And I believe that that would be either with a nuclear weapon detonated against Israel, produced in Iran, or a nuclear weapon detonated in Saudi Arabia, produced in Iran, or China's provocations in the South China Sea, their economic malfeasance, Russian intervention. I think possibly what you'd see is perhaps even another Russian incursion into Georgia, further incursions into Ukraine. Very possibly, by the way, if Putin miscalculates it, he might just straight up invade the Baltic states, thinking that the West won't defend them and just let NATO fall apart. Because if he invaded Estonia, for example, under Obama or Trump, NATO wouldn't have been doing anything. They would just said, oh yeah, screw Article 5. We're not going to fight Russia. But I think that the world is going to snap people out of it. And yes, there will always be those that are like, no, we're bad, just as there were in World War II. Those people are going to lose because we are gearing up, or not gearing up. We're not really gearing up, but we are drawing closer to the Third World War. And I've been saying for a long time, I think it's lunacy to assume that we're not going to have a Third World War. I don't think it's guaranteed, but I think it's probable within the next 50 years. That's one of the reasons why, even if you didn't care about the workers in the Rust Belt, even if you thought they were dirty, like the guys that I debated recently, you would still want to have those factories back in America, so that when the Third World War starts, you can actually switch over to a wartime economy easier than telling a bunch of Apple design offices where they just design stuff to have it made in China, oh, you guys need to start producing tanks now. They're like, how? Because there will be a Third World War. And I think that, we saw this with World War II. Appeasement didn't guarantee that the Second World War would happen, but it took it from having a potential death toll of, say, a few million in 1936 to having a death toll, in the tens of millions by when it started in 1939 and America got involved in 1941. I think that appeasement necessitates down the road a global confrontation. And I think that, how do you stay isolationist in the Third World War? That's going to be like 5 people that are like in the wars once we're at war with Russia and China and everything, So, but that's just my view of it. So, and you're right to say that it's sad that it would take that, but I personally think that that's going to happen whether the U.S. is hawkish or not. It depends on how hawkish. Like, let's say you had hawks, but you didn't really have hawkish action, just hawkish rhetoric. They'd still be gearing up and everything. You got populists and isolationists right now. They're still gearing up and everything. The only thing that would change this is if America was preemptive and took out North Korea and Iran in quick succession, so that Russia and China got the message not to screw around. But the message that they got is that they can keep taking gains until just like what Hitler did, they reach a breaking point where they invade the final straw, and that's what sparks the Third World War. That's my view. And just before anybody says, I know we can move on to the next video, but just before anybody says, oh, but after the bombs fall, there's no war, so what do the factories even matter? BS. The US, Russia, and China all have more targets than any of them have enough nukes for. Guaranteed, after most of the nukes have detonated, that war's still going on. I want the West to win. I don't want the force of darkness to win. I think this idea that, oh, after a nuke goes off, everything's over. BS. Look up how nukes actually work. They don't just wipe out everybody immediately. That's not a thing. If 6,000 nukes detonated in the Third World War, then you're still going to have fighting happen after that. So,
if the nukes fall, hide in your fridge. That's all I have to say.
Fridge, that's a good way. Yeah, America should Trump was wrong about the wall. He should have just built a big fridge around the
Built a big fridge around America.
Fridge around America. That's right.
I was going to say, fifth columnry is definitely a position of luxury to that extent.
Oh, absolutely.
I do think it would be sad. And that's what makes us the enlightened few. I'm going to get on my soapbox. The enlightened few to see the warning signs as they present themselves to us. But, there are notable people such as Tucker Carlson or Glenn Greenwald or Cenk Uygur, who previously were pro-war to some extent, and they changed their minds. I don't necessarily think that means they will change their minds again. I think some people, they come to this time in their lives where they've become too dependent on that persona to be swayed. Now, a lot of other people could be swayed. The average viewer of Tucker Carlson could be swayed.
But Reece, you'd be familiar with this, that George W. Bush wasn't really that much of a hawk when he ran for president. It was 9/11 that made him a hawk in many ways. And I think likewise, the world's going to necessitate hawkish response from Americans and Westerners in the next 20 years. I mean, I guarantee it. Iran is going to use a nuclear weapon within the next 20 years. That's not controversial in my view. I mean, that's almost guaranteed. The question is, do they do it directly or do they get their proxies to do it so they have some plausible deniability? That's the only question for me. I think it's almost guaranteed. Russia, they're in demographic decline, which makes them very dangerous because they're on a clock and they have to get their ground before they can't sustain a war machine as much anymore. So they're going to make some big moves in Europe and the Middle East. China's ascendant. China is building up their navy and everything. And of course, North Korea, within 20 years, will likely reach that figure of nuclear weapons, at which point they can say to America, look, we're taking the South. If you want to come to their defense, you lose all of your cities. I don't think you want to do that. And then America casts South Korea to the wolves. Like, the world is going to be a very scary place in the next 20 years. And just for the record here, I'm not saying that this is inevitable. I think that very preemptive and hawkish action in the short run right now can actually ward off a third world war between the great powers, just as I think if the West was incredibly hawkish against Hitler and Japan in 1936, World War II wouldn't have been what it was. It would have been over rather quickly. I think waiting and appeasing is what necessitates and brings about and determines us to a third world war. I'm not saying it's inevitable, but I will say right now, I don't think we're going to change the political culture in time to make too much of a difference. But I'm going to do my best at this channel. I still think that we're going to have a third world war, though. So, but I still, of course, want the West to win. That's one of the reasons I want to bring the factories back and everything, apart from any economic considerations. I just want to be able to have a wartime economy on the go, because China does, Russia does. Why can't we? So,
I support that. I think, though, a more likely scenario, given the state of nuclear weapons as they are, I would be surprised to see them being used as a first resort in these conflicts, and there'd be a much more likely chance of seeing a series of proxy wars like we have been seeing. I think the Third World War would look a lot like the Cold War, honestly, with maybe a little bit more fighting on the borders of the countries that are actually involved. Yeah. And potentially you could see a use of nuclear weaponry, but I think that would be when things were getting more dire. But, at the same time, I'm sure you would hear a lot of rhetoric if we were, if we'd successfully defeated Russian proxies and we were knocking on Russia's door, we would have a lot of fifth columns making those arguments saying, well, now you're making Russia desperate. Now they're going to use the weapons. Look what you've done, America. This is your fault.
I don't believe personally that the Third World War starts with any country launching like 1,000 nukes at the other. I think it starts with commanders getting desperate on the battlefield and using tactical nuclear weapons in a naval skirmish, or for example, in Russia, through some of their history, it's kind of uncertain right now. They have potentially 3 people that have authorization on the nuclear weapons, and in the past that was the case too. They had 3 Chagats of command codes and everything. I think what's very possible is that you would have some sort of confrontation that involved tactical nuclear weapons, and that would lead up to a strategic exchange. But to Anthony's point about how there are tank factories in the U.S., I want to be clear about something here. Those advanced tank factories and advanced fighter jet factories and everything, all those are going to be gone. I'm talking about a widespread industrial capacity, because those high-tech focused factories are going to be vaporized in the first waves. Like most of the fighting in World War III is going to be mass-produced crude tanks that didn't exist before the war, because most of the equipment that's been produced before the war will be destroyed in the first few weeks of the war. So that's my view of it. Like, in other words, after the major nuclear exchanges, the Third World War is mostly going to look like World War I and World War II in fighting style and equipment. Because how are you going to produce an advanced F-35 when you don't have the cities and the factories to do it? You know, it's going to be those decentralized, spread out facilities producing pretty crude stuff, like how the Soviets produced the bunch of T-34s. Not very sophisticated tanks, but they could produce a lot of them. And they were spread out so they could avoid a lot of bombing that happened and everything. Now, in their case, they didn't have to deal with the same range that we do today. But I'm just saying, I really think that most of the Third World War is going to be crude equipment that's, you know, not the advanced stuff. It takes a long time to produce F-35s and stuff. The infrastructure to do that will be gone then. So that's my view of it. And whichever power is better at producing 1940s era tech in the Third World War is probably going to win afterwards. And right now that would be China probably. So that's my view of it. This isn't going to happen tomorrow. They're not ready yet. But it will happen at some point this century, in my view, if we could keep going down this road of waiting until the final straw is reached. Because that was Poland in World War II, for example. What would it be this time? Maybe it's Estonia. Probably not. Maybe it's Germany. Maybe we let them take... Well, maybe it would be Poland again, honestly. Because if Russia invaded Estonia, but yeah. Yeah, but we should move on. We should move on. So we got another video. So we've got... Oh, this is Russia warns of EU split if hit with sanctions. So we'll start over to this. So
Russia has warned the European Union that it's ready to sever ties with the bloc if it's hit with painful economic sanctions. Relations between Russia and the West have come under renewed pressure since the arrest and jailing of Kremlin critic Alexei Navalny sparked talk of possible new sanctions. Moscow has accused the West of hysteria over the case. On Friday, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei
Hysteria.
Lavrov asked directly by a reporter if the Kremlin was willing to separate from the EU.
Мы исходим из того, что мы готовы, если мы...
We proceed from the fact that we're ready for that. In the event that we again see sanctions imposed on some sectors that create risks for our economy, including in the most sensitive spheres, yes. We don't want to isolate ourselves from global life. We have to be ready for that. If you want peace, then prepare for war.
Надо быть готовым к этому. Хочешь мира, готовься к войне.
Pressure on Russia has intensified since last week, when German, Polish, and Swedish diplomats were expelled without the EU's knowledge. As for Navalny, he returned to court on Friday amid tight security for a slander trial, charges he calls politically motivated. He criticised the way the judge was handling the case, saying, quote, "I'm very disappointed, and I want to point out your behaviour once again." Navalny went on to question the judge's knowledge of the criminal code and accused him of repeating it, quote, "like a parrot." The slander by up to 2 years in jail, although Navalny's lawyer disputes that a custodial sentence can even be handed down because of a change in the law. It remains unclear whether the judge in the case agrees with that analysis.
yeah.
So what are you thinking?
Well, as far as the Russia breaking with the EU goes, a lot of rhetoric and everything there. They know that they have the upper hand over the EU. They've got them by the balls on energy, and Russia would be hurting their own bottom line.
Well, especially with the UK out of the picture for the most part.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. Germany, Armin Laschet loves Putin. Merkel loved Putin. He's a prodigy of Merkel. We've got, of course, Hungary loves Putin. Viktor Orban loves Putin. Like, the only people in the EU at this point that Russia doesn't really like and get along with, are like Poland and the United Kingdom. That's like, well, the United Kingdom's not even in the EU anymore. I just mean in Europe. But yeah, so it's basically Poland. That's the only one. Well, and Estonia and stuff. But that's it. That's it. You know, Ukraine's not EU. They're in too much of a good position, I think, to actually not trade with the EU. I mean, they need to sell their gas somewhere, so otherwise they go bankrupt. So to me, it seems like a bluff, you know. But
yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, typically, if there's a warning, I don't take it as seriously. If they were going to do it, they would have just done it. But I do. The promising part is to see the threat of more sanctions, and obviously we've seen that from the United States too. Unfortunately, that seems to be all that they're doing, which if they were really serious, they could, because essentially here what we have is the Kremlin threatening an economic war of their own. We could threaten an economic war. NATO could threaten an economic war that would be far more devastating to them than their economic war on the EU would be.
that's
So, and we also have the economic capacity to supplant Russia's position in the EU, or rather their relation to the EU. We could fill the economic function that Russia provides to the EU. And yeah, I know that would be seen as unpopular, and it's not even necessarily an endorsement of everything the EU stands for. I know that it would be seen as a provocation because the United Kingdom just left, and of course the US and the UK have this close relationship. But I do see the EU could potentially be a more useful ally if only for the purpose of eliminating Russia's economic capacity in that part of the world. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think that the West has the upper hand on paper. I think the only reason why Putin has gotten away with so much is just that we've really refused to stand up for ourselves.
And to address the chat real quick, yeah, I'm not speaking of Russia interacting with the EU. When I say EU, I'm using that as a term to just refer to every country that's a part of the EU. I'm not suggesting that they're doing business with the EU directly, because I mean the EU doesn't. It's basically just a board. It's just like a panel of people who are concerned. You know, they don't really have necessarily the power to make those kinds of decisions.
They are concerned, bro.
They are concerned. I'm using the term to EU to refer to the nations that are still within the EU.
Yeah.
And obviously they're going to be doing trade with Russia, but I'm suggesting that we could act in a more proactive way to undermine Russia's economic function to those countries, and we could basically beat that. I'm all for, in that sense, I'm kind of like a neoliberal. I'm all for encouraging trade as long as it is with cooperative countries that would make useful and non-problematic allies and wouldn't be a thorn in our neck 24/7.
Yeah. Well, there you go. So I think we should probably move on to the next video. We've got China refused to provide WHO team with raw data on early COVID cases, team member says. So we'll take a look at this clip.
This video is a slam against one Ray Murasame.
Oh man. Yeah. Well, actually, the funny thing about Ray is like Ray and I have actually been on somewhat good terms recently. We had a common alliance against McCarthyist. And
that is a low bar alliance if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, that whole MMI thing brought together the most diverse coalition of disparate ideologies since World War II. So
I did want to say before we moved on to that, did you want to address this guy in the chat who's, I guess, disagreeing with us?
Eric? Wait.
I don't know if I fully understand what he's taking issue with, but
To clarify, Russia said they'd engage with individual EU members rather than Europe as a single entity. No, they trade with Germany, Netherlands.
Yeah, I addressed that part.
Yeah. Let's see, dude. We've had sanctions since 2014. So far, we've seen a bolstering of their indigenous industries versus what they would have imported. Yeah, but a lot of the sanctions were on specific individuals who were severely handicapped in terms of their attempt at buying real estate in the West. Again, when we're talking about sanctions, we have to differentiate between sanctions on a national economy and sanctions on key individuals. A lot of the sanctions on key individuals, especially in the wake of the Skripal murder and whatnot, that really affects their ability to invest in real estate here, and that's what they do with their blood money. So,
if you make
soccer teams and stuff,
if your policies make it a necessity for your adversary to be an isolationist nation, you've won economically against them. If they are not in a position to where they could trade, especially the natural resources to European nations that are desperate to get them at a better price than they would from, just a direct Middle Eastern source for the most part, you really do handicap Russia in that way. So no, I don't think that that's an argument against what we're saying at all. I think that that's it's just a very strange point to make. And no, it's in the best interest of the West to economically isolate Russia so that they are on their own. It's them against the world. Yeah, of course they're going to keep producing things at home. And they are not going to have the same economic power or opportunity in the world as a result. They have less influence over world events if they are stuck in their own bubble.
Yes,
anyway,
absolutely.
We can move on if you want to.
Okay. There we are.
Here we go.
A World Health Organization investigator said on Saturday that China refused to hand over raw data on early COVID-19 cases. The WHO team probing the origins of the pandemic had requested raw patient data on 174 cases from the early phase of the outbreak in the city of Wuhan in December 2019. But Dominic Dwyer, an Australian infectious disease expert,
Think how long we've been dealing with this.
said only
I know.
summaries were provided.
In the ideal world, you would go through it patient by patient by patient. And that's what we call anonymity. And that's standard practice for an outbreak investigation. In this situation, the Chinese gave us the results. We would have liked, I guess, to have seen the raw data, but that can still come.
He said the data was especially important as only half of the cases had exposure to the Huanan seafood market, where the virus was initially detected. The White House on Saturday said they have, quote, deep concerns about the WHO COVID-19 report from China. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan called on China to make available data from the earliest days of the outbreak. He said in a statement that it is imperative the report be independent and free from, quote, alteration by the Chinese government. Another member of the WHO,
That's not happening.
Pathologist Peter Daszak described, quote, trust and openness with my China counterparts, adding that they did get access to critical data throughout. The WHO and the Chinese Foreign Ministry did not immediately reply to a request for comments. The COVID-19 probe has been plagued by delay, concerns over access, and bickering between Beijing and Washington, which accused China of hiding the extent of the initial outbreak. Beijing has previously defended its transparency and its cooperation with the WHO missions.
Of course,
And that has been, officially from the WHO to be revealed as complete nonsense.
Yeah. No,
Shock
they're
to
full.
absolutely no one.
They're full of it. It's like, oh, can you believe the Soviets tried to cover up Chernobyl? Can you believe the communists tried to cover up the virus out of Wuhan. Like, oh wow, what a surprise! What a surprise! Oh, but they told us though that they're being transparent, so I guess we should just believe them, bro. Right? So
I'm so transparent, like, and that's the thing, because they report these ridiculous stories in which, oh yeah, today in Beijing there was not a single new case of COVID, not one.
not one.
And that's transparency. We told you what's happening, and then you have people like Ray Murasame eat that up and parrot it back to us and say, "See, this is why Pan-Asianism is superior. Look how much better the Asian nations are doing than the white nations. This is why we should advocate for an Asian superstate that rules the world."
Yeah. I would say the thing about that is there are actually a lot of people out there. Like it's not just Ray Murasame. The New York Times basically eats it up. Like there are a lot of people in the West.
Well, they wanted to own Trump. They wanted to say, "Oh, look how bad Trump's doing compared to everyone else, including China."
I mean, there's a lot of suffering and misery that's happened in Red China that we're not going to know about. And it's all going to come to light, just as a lot of the stuff came to light in 1991 that the Soviets did, all the radiological disasters that they oversaw, everything, because they had no safety standards and they didn't care about their people and whatnot. We're going to find out the extent of how many people actually got sick and how many died and everything. And that's only actually going to come to light after the fall of communism in China. That's it. And I don't want to just say, oh, they're inevitably going to fall. I know there are some people out there that think that because the Soviet Union fell, that China will fall too. No. The only way that happens is if we force them to. Otherwise, they'll win. Like, they're not going anywhere. But
well, it's not like the Soviet Union just fell because, yeah, they'd fallen into a bit of decadence compared to their heyday. But
right.
No, it took an active effort on the part of Western powers to truly see that through.
That's right. And we don't have that right now. And of course, it's a lot harder to defeat China than the Soviet Union for another number of reasons. Actually, three primary ones that come to mind. The first is the Soviet Union was less integrated in the world economy. They were pretty cut off, so it was easier to target them and to strangle them. Second, they had less soft power and influence within the West. China, in contrast, owns a ton of realty and has a huge presence in China, or not China, in Canada, Australia, the United Kingdom, etc., and increasingly in America's institutions such as Hollywood, for example, which is deeply problematic. And the third major one is the Soviet Union, even at the height of their economic production, is nowhere near what China is today. China is actually competitive with the United States in a way that the Soviet Union at their heyday was only about a third of the U.S. economy. So they're not going anywhere unless we do something about it. So
yeah, and they've been successful, especially in the last couple of years, of convincing the rest of the world that they are not a threat, they are not an adversary, they are in the markets of all of these rich Western nations, and they're not being kicked out anytime soon.
No.
It's seen as it is such an integrated part of the status quo. It's like debating people on a debt economy, where they say, "Oh, well, this is just how we've always done things. We've always done trade with China. What's the big deal?" In fact, wasn't it neocons who initiated an alliance with China in the first place? And now see, America can't be trusted to keep its alliances or deals.
Yeah, because it's totally the same situation.
No. You know that's what they would say.
That's absolutely what they say. They say that all the time. It's like, oh, well, you guys are the ones that wanted to work with China against the Soviet Union. It's like, yeah, there's a different context. Or let's say, oh, really? You want to fight the Taliban? But you guys armed the Mujahideen against the Soviet Union. And
you armed this other group in 1989.
And it's like, yeah. I retweeted.
I
or
wasn't even alive in 1989. What the fuck are you talking about?
I quote tweeted a picture that the account on Twitter Nukes had uploaded the other day, where it was a couple Red Army guys just chilling with 3 warhead Soviet missile in the background. And I just quote tweeted, and I was like in quotes, "The Mujahideen is totally a bigger threat than the Soviets, though," unquote. You know, because these people make it out like, hey, look, man, blowback and stuff. That's worse than fighting the Soviets. As if the Soviets totally weren't a million times bigger threat to the West than...
I have seen those takes. Those are especially stupid.
Like, oh, no, you shouldn't have worked with Pinochet and the Mujahideen and the Contras because, like, they were bad and, like, bad things happened afterwards, man. You should have just let the Soviet Union get away with taking over the world, man, as opposed to working with... Like, it's the dirty hands problem, basically, because the enemies, they don't have a dirty hands problem because they're like, clean. What's clean? Everything we do is dirty. Like, you know, if all that you're willing to do is work with the most perfect liberal democracies in the world, oh, well, get ready to get buried, bro.
That's a short list of potential help right there.
Yeah, that's it. And they tend to all be clustered around the same region in the world, too, for the most part. So that's a kind of an issue if you're trying to counter the enemy in the Middle East, Africa, and Latin America. So
you have to be willing. I'm a big proponent of this, of taking the Gene Kirkpatrick approach, because
base.
There are small islands. I'm realistic in that sense. There are small islands of freedom, and the rest of the world is pretty shit. And you know, people have gotten on my case sometimes about that before, because obviously I'm a public advocate of secularism and anti-theism, so they'll get on my case. Oh, why are you okay with working with a state like Saudi Arabia? I'm realistic here. I personally am non-religious. I personally am anti-religious, but I understand that most of the world is religious. Most of the world is heavily religious. And I am picking the lesser evils in these cases. That's why I was okay with arming a group like the Mujahideen. Yeah, they were religious radicals, and they were still the best group to back in that given situation. I don't think that reflects poorly on me. I think that reflects poorly on the world, that I'm put in this situation where, who do I pick? Do I pick the rival superpower who, you know, is genocidal, or do I pick these religious radicals who I don't agree with on, you know, some core issues? But, you know, ultimately, I think that the country would be better off in their hands rather than being another Soviet puppet state. That is not a bad reflection on me. That's not a bad reflection on the U.S. That is a reflection on how shitty the world really is at the end of the day. So that's all I have to say about that.
Well, there you go. We can move on to the next video. So the next video we've got is from Al Jazeera.
Oh, this one is fun.
This is Biden administration to lift blacklisting of Yemen's Houthis. Oh, how lovely, man.
Yeah. You're gonna laugh your ass off at this, honestly.
Okay, so screen share over there.
The U.S. State Department says Yemen's Houthi rebels will be taken off its list of terror groups. It's a move that could reflect a shift of U.S. policy in the Middle East. But the
pause.
It
could. It will. It already has.
Yeah. We got the big brain boys rolling up here tonight at Al Jazeera. Oh man,
this could change things. Things have already changed, but thanks a lot for your prediction.
There we go.
With a warning, after the Houthis admitted they attacked a Saudi airport on Wednesday, the U.S. says if the violence continues, sanctions would.
By the way, I just gotta pause it right now. I just want to say, you know, if you stand near a Houthi IED when it blows up, you might die. It's like
it's a possibility.
I I was watching some old test footage of the Tsar Bomba recently, as I usually do, and down in the comments, there's literally Captain Obvious says, if you stood under this thing when it exploded, you would probably die. And then the reply to it was, thanks, Captain Obvious. And he's like, then he goes about his day. It's like Captain Hindsight from South Park, like, oh, we should have taken out Hitler before he got super
We should have
strong.
taken out Hitler when he was a baby.
Yeah, and they're like, thanks, Captain Hindsight. And it's like, just doing my job. And then he flies off into the cape. It's like, okay, well, thanks, Captain Obvious. This could change things.
I love this rhetoric too of, okay, so they take the Houthis off the terror listing, and then the Houthis just a few days ago, they admit to attacking the Saudi plane, and it's like, okay, look, now that doesn't count. We're gonna give you one more chance to behave yourselves. We're gonna look the other way on that one.
Oh man, YouTube user says Captain Hindsight was bitten by a retroactive spider. No, I love the clash of how, like, 100% these immediate clips contradict each other. Way to go, Al Jazeera. So
Will follow.
If the Houthi leadership is under any illusion that the intent to revoke this designation suggests that we are going to let up the pressure on them, they are sorely mistaken.
Oh,
yeah, wrong again.
God.
Wrong again, Ned.
Ned Price.
Ned Price. Okay. No, actually, they would probably be correct. Why are you going out of your way to cozy up and get cuddly with the literal Houthis? This is all
part of an effort to foster diplomacy. Already, by taking them off a designated terror list, you are normalizing them in front of the entire world. So you can't then turn around and try to do this tough guy talk. Oh, we're not going to let up the pressure on you. You've already let up a significant amount of the pressure on them. You don't even know what that means. You're not good at your job.
I think he is good at his job. I mean, if you're
okay, well, if his job is to gaslight us, he's doing a good job.
No, he's at the State Department under the Biden administration. The Biden administration is mostly internationalists who think that diplomacy and talking are virtues in and of themselves, as opposed to whether or not that there's something to be gained there. I'm not somebody who's entirely against diplomacy, and in the fact, diplomacy, there is an example of diplomacy working. Diplomacy worked with Russia to get both the US and Russia to reduce most of their nuclear weapons, and that actually worked. There are times when talking can actually reach a deal that results.
Except in comparison, the Russians were rational actors. They weren't the Houthis.
The Houthis, though. Yeah, doing diplomacy with them. What's next? We're going to have a formal ambassador who gets confirmed through the Senate to Al Qaeda. He's just the Al Qaeda ambassador, and he goes there, and he's got diplomatic immunity. And then we're going to have an ambassador to the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria. We're going to have an ambassador to Boko Haram, and we're going to have like a deputy ambassador, and they're going to interview like on 60 Minutes in a few years after Biden administration. They'll be like, oh man, so that's a pretty prestigious title. Like, how did you get to become the ambassador to Boko Haram? And it's like, oh, well, I was born in Leeds. I went to Yale, and then I went to law school at Stanford, and then I went to double law school at Yale again, and then I got tapped by the administration to be the deputy ambassador to Boko Haram. And it's like, oh, tell us, what was it like negotiating and doing diplomacy with them? And he's just like, oh no, it was great. It was great. We made a real difference in the world. There was a time when they were about to go in and just totally slaughter a village and enslave all the girls and stuff. But like I said very sternly to them, I said that that
was concerning.
They would not approve of this action. That we would be very concerned if they went about and did it. And she's just like, oh, and how did they respond to that? And they said, we'll note your concern for the record. And then they went in and burnt the village down. So again, imagine unironically being Ned Price. So see, like, this is the thing that I don't get. Like, because presumably these are people who already have a lot of money and everything. To have to go out there and basically lie, it's like, I don't envy people like Sarah Huckabee Sanders or any of these people. Like, if you're the spokesperson, you don't get to say your view on something. You're just parroting the administration's line. I couldn't do that. There's not enough money in the world to get me to go on there on international television and say, oh yeah, no, we think it's good, but like, they're on notice, bro. I think that's basically terrorist apologetics, you know? Like, what, seriously, what's next? Are they going to set up an ambassador to the Houthis and just like have tea together and stuff? Like, who the hell are they kidding? These are guys that literally blew up a oil processing facility in Jeddah. They've killed thousands of people. They do wholesale terrorism. They're indiscriminate in a lot of their attacks, and on top of all that other stuff, they're fighting for Iran. They're not even like fighting for a Western partner. They're just bad guys in every way, you know? Like, I don't...
No, they're the downtrodden, Kevin.
And
the downtrodden rebels.
They're just oppressed, bro.
Sorely mistaken.
Well, actually, hold on one sec. So this is a problem, and depending on how long the stream continues to go, we might get into this more, but I'm a little ambivalent on the Biden administration's approach to Iran. I think that there's things to like, there's things to be critical of, but this approach to the Yemen conflict is highly disagreeable. Where they're suspending, basically they're saying we're going to suspend the arms sales to Saudi Arabia, we're going to suspend arms sales to the UAE, but to compensate for that, we are going to be more involved, we're going to be more on the ground. And it's like, okay, that's a lot of words. I'll wait to see how exactly those words are put into action. But I guess that's one way to deal with it. And it was weird because the Saudis were voicing favor of that policy. But, you know, if they even believe that we're going to step in on their behalf and fight the war for them. But I mean, the question is, are we really going to do that? Yeah. And to what extent? Because, you know, it seems pointless. Like, I'm all for the US obviously acting as a unilateral superpower. However, I am not against the idea of coalition building, and that can be very useful in a conflict like this. We have allies right there in the region who are willing to fight with us, and we can monitor them much more closely if we were also on the ground in the heat of battle. So it doesn't make sense to me why we would necessarily refuse that help for the sake of gaining some moral high ground, I suppose, or in just an attempt to rebuke the previous administration's stance towards Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. We'll continue with the video.
However, are defending their actions.
Our war is legitimate because it is based on the right for self-defense. When Saudi and the UAE stop their war on Yemen, we will stop immediately and without the need for
my sovereignty, man, my self-defense.
They are attempting to dispose the rightful leadership
the
of
actual
Yemen,
legitimate leader. That's right. They are the ones that started the war against Saudi. It's not Saudi Arabia. This is stupid. Like, they're terrorists. They're absolutely terrorists. And
the framing is like, oh, look, the UAE and Saudi, they're going to war with Yemen. You are not Yemen.
Yeah,
you are Yemeni, but you are not Yemen.
If the Confederates rose up again against the United States, and then you went to like one of their spokespeople, like David Duke or something, and he's like, oh, you know, like, it is a self-defense war, and these people are against America and all this, and it's like, wait, like, you're not representative of America. You guys are the Confederates. Like, what the hell are you talking about? You're killing Americans.
No, we're like, the true America.
We're the true America. Yeah, they're the true Yemen right there. Like, oh man, like let's just make Yemen an Iranian puppet state, bro. So, my sovereignty.
My sovereignty, except when it comes to Iran.
Yeah. Let's be puppets.
Iran are the real masters.
Yeah.
Political solutions. In the past, we stopped attacking Saudi Arabia, hoping that it can change its policies and stop its aggression. We have
BS. What do you mean they stopped attacking Saudi Arabia?
They just told us how they attacked Saudi Arabia a few days ago. We stopped literally like 2 seconds ago. They attacked Saudi Arabia
that's
again.
Like Hamas saying, "Hey man, we tried. We stopped attacking Israel." And it's like, wait, what do you mean you stopped attacking Israel? And it's like, yeah, we fired off 82 Katyusha rockets, and then we had to reload. And for the time that we were reloading,
the attack was over. So we stopped.
So we stopped. Like, what? No. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. And you can see it in his face. He knows he's full of shit. Like he's just expecting that a bunch of us are going to be dumb enough to believe it. And you know what? For the most part, he'll be right. There are a ton of Westerners on Twitter and everything that eat it up, that go to bat for the Houthis. So,
have in the past introduced many concessions. Therefore, we emphasize once again that we are not waiting for a change of heart inside the American administration or inside the Saudi or UAE leadership.
The war in Yemen has led to a humanitarian crisis.
They're not waiting for a change of heart. So what does that mean? That means in the meantime, we are going to continue our terrorism because we don't expect there to be a natural transition or change of mind. Well, here's the thing, Houthis, you might get your wish when it comes to America, because for all the nice things they can say about the current administration, they clearly do not see who the bad guys are in this conflict and who exactly we should be fighting against and fighting for. Typically, like in an ideal world, we would say we are in favor of Yemen. We want Yemen to return to being a stable state that is not beset by the Iranian regime and their proxies, and we're going to work with our allies in Saudi Arabia and in the UAE to make that a reality. Ultimately, that's the biggest incentive for this battle against Iran, is to bring the Middle East back to a state of stability in which it is a region in which not everything is going to shit all the time. At least to a lesser extent than it is. I don't expect it to be perfect. People, don't get on my case. It's never going to be perfect, but it can certainly be a hell of a lot better than it is. And we know exactly the cause. We know exactly the direct sources of the malign intervention in the Middle East. We can directly target those. We don't even necessarily have to have this proxy war in Yemen. Let the UAE deal with that. Let the Saudis deal with that for the most part. It was going relatively well without us having to be as involved as we would typically be in a past conflict. We take the fight directly to the Iranian regime. Once the Iranian regime is out of the way, what do you think is going to happen to their proxies? They're going to lose so much of their funding. They're going to be cast adrift. Mm-hmm. What are they going? They're going to become so irrelevant in the large scheme. Anyway. We can continue.
Leaving millions of people on the brink of starvation. More than 80% of the population lives in areas controlled by Houthis. Many fear keeping the group on the terror list, or FTO, would make the crisis worse, as it limits the access of aid workers.
With the FTO designation in place, those aid workers would face penalties, jail time, and it just really shuts down the flow of international humanitarian assistance.
Okay, Friends Committee. I just want to go back to that. That sounds like some North Korean stuff. Friends Committee on National Legislation.
Hey, do you want to be friends?
Hey, Reece, loved it. Want to be YouTube friends? YouTube friends? I'm just gonna Google right now. Friends Committee on National Legislation. That just sounds so vague and like the national policy.
I don't understand how how aid workers are going to be penalized in this context. That seems very odd.
Okay, so the Friends Committee on National Legislation is a lobbying organization in the public interest founded in 1943 by members of the Religious Society of Friends, which is it's an Anglican organization. Okay. works for social and economic justice, peace, stewardship of the environment, and good government in the U.S. Oh, it's a Quaker lobby. Ah, gotcha. So it's not that they're being paid by Iran. I was almost thinking like Friends Committee. What, Friends of Iran? No. They're the people who think that violence is the worst evil in the world, and that if you do violence against those that do genocide and stuff, you're the one going to hell. So that's these guys. Like the Quakers are basically the why can't we be friends with Hitler crowd. So
very, very helpful guys, really.
Like
But
seriously. No. They would think that the US soldiers that killed the Nazis are going to hell. Not the other way around. That's pathetic. So
I just love the framing of, okay, we're talking about these regions that are Houthi controlled, and we're concerned that the aid workers might face penalties, I guess, for working in quotes with the Houthis, even though they're really not. I don't. Those exact penalties were not specified. Instead of just totally brushing over the fact that there are Houthi controlled areas. That's the real story here.
That organization is a member of Win Without War, an alliance for peace building. That's pure cringe. No. I gotta say, I mean, the Quakers, like, look, if you're gonna be religious and everything, be one of the religious people that votes for Bush. And you know, there are a ton of religious people out there that were aghast at what Saddam had done and supported George Bush. They supported John McCain and everything. If you're a Quaker, no. These guys think that war is the worst evil in the universe. They think that war is a worse evil than, you know, stopping the tyranny that's out there in the world.
Yeah, even though it's prophesied that Jesus is going to come back to start a war.
Well, there's that. I mean, I guess the idea being like, oh, well, Jesus wouldn't want you to kill these people and all that sort of stuff, except that the Bible's very explicitly interventionist in many areas too, which is funny. I mean, obviously, in terms of like biblical logic and everything, there is clearly defined good and evil, and God definitely condones war on many occasions. So, but these guys are like, oh no, war's like bad, but you know. Just this idea.
These are man's wars.
Yeah, this idea that you can bear witness to genocide, and you're totally fine. You're a good person to not stop it or to call on anyone to stop it because war is worse than genocide. That's completely dumb. And of course, the thing is, it's like, you know, obviously, like atheists and everything would recognize that, but even a lot of religious people can recognize that these guys are goofy. So. You know, there is that. So, you know,
there we go.
It's pretty crazy, actually. I mean, to me, Quakerism is always kind of a meme, but like they're for real. They're for real. So,
the war between Houthi rebels and Yemen's internationally recognized government is widely seen as a proxy conflict between Saudi Arabia and Iran. And now taking the Houthi
because it is
terror list could have wider political implications.
I think
it already has. Hold on.
Okay. No, we have to keep in mind this is Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera is anti-Saudi Arabia. They're literally funded by Qatar, which is aligned with Iran basically against Saudi Arabia and Bahrain and whatnot, and the United States. By the way, these guys have investments in like the Young Turks and stuff. Like actually, yes. Qatar, kind of like the Russians, they are like up there with Russia as one of the biggest funders of progressive media in the United States, because progressives tend to be the biggest water boys for far right petrol states. So, which both Qatar and Russia are. So,
like, you really need to hold these diplomacy, you know, basically these peace fetishizing groups to their feet to the fire, because what exactly are they advocating for? How much of Yemen should be given to the Houthis? How much of Yemen are they going to control? Actually, they say 100% probably.
Yeah, they would say 100% or 105%. Let's take some from Saudi Arabia because they're bad.
The oil rich parts specifically,
yeah.
Right on the edge. We'll take that.
Yeah.
Like the wording, I understand it's Al Jazeera, and I understand that it's that typical newspeak, but it's absolutely infuriating to me.
No, I know.
This proxy war. So this conflict between the internet, let's not brush over that, the internationally recognized Yemen government and the Houthis is largely seen, or is seen by some, as a proxy war between Iran and Saudi Arabia, because it fucking is. Not seen by some, seen by everybody with a brain as that.
That the Saudi UAE led coalition, on that same token, it's going to help cool temperatures in Yemen and possibly cool temperatures.
They're teasing you in the chat, Qatar. Qatar. Yeah,
it's actually pronounced Qatar. So, like, Qatar is.
I've probably been pronouncing it. We need who was that one guy you debated who was
that was Alexander Morse Shepard. So
yeah, we need him in. He's like the Arabic linguistics guy.
He knows how to pronounce this stuff. He would tell me how to actually pronounce Qatar.
He's like the most Arab white guy I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He said, like, oh yeah, if you're in graduate school and you say Iran, like, they'll kick your ass, basically, the professor. So he said that they had it drilled into him how to pronounce this stuff for like 7 years or whatever. He says it's not pronounced Qatar. I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Qatar, dude.
I prefer Dogger.
Dogger.
And so does Richard Smet, actually.
That's true. Melker. Yeah, no, you guys were talking about, well, I guess we don't need to get into it or whatever, but you guys were talking about some stuff earlier that made me think of Richard Smith over on Henry's show. Because I said, I'm like, Richard Smith has entered the chat. You guys were talking about like chesticles or something. But like,
oh, that was terrible.
I know. Okay, let's continue.
While the war appears to be far from over, people in Yemen hope new policies will eventually lead to more concessions and peace.
Those people are
concessions.
No. People in Yemen. It's like, oh yeah, people in Germany hope that FDR doesn't intervene. Oh yeah, interesting. People. I wonder which people we're referring to here. Okay. No. What a joke. What a joke. By the way, Al Jazeera, imagine unironically working for Al Jazeera. How sad. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute and then we'll get on to the next two videos. And the next two videos, and then we'll wrap it up. They're from a very special goblin, and we're going to dunk on them.
We'll see. We'll try one, and we'll see how we're feeling. We don't necessarily have to get through them both, because honestly, these are going to piss you off way more than anything else we've talked about. I will entertain people in the chat. In fact, I will read some comments. Who do we have? We have No Name. I like how Kanzik was changed to YouTube user. Yeah, no, that's Kanzik. We've got Mitzi, Henry, Sally. Hello, Sally. I'm gonna be nice to you today. I'm in a giving mood right now. I need to balance out the rage, so I'm not gonna direct it at Sally. We've got Weavis and Warhawk. I'm going to save the rage for the videos we are about to watch because, they will really put my temperament to the test, shall we say. But, well, I'm not going to be nice to you. That's fine. You don't have to be. It just seems like a waste, huh? Seems like a waste. Anyway. Say something nice about Sally. She's photogenic, if that's really her. But, I don't know. I don't know why Sally hangs out in the chat if she doesn't like me. She's going to really not like these weekly streams because I'll be involved in them all. Seems like a waste of time. I don't know. I don't hang out in the chats of people I don't like. I barely watch their videos unless I feel like I have to. Say something nice about the National Security Agency. They've got an awesome name. I mean, NSA just sounds so official, you know? I like it. Sally's funny. Sally's a meme. It's whatever. Let's see. Let's look at Kevin's setup. You know, we're gonna get more memes. Whenever Kevin leaves, we get all these like memes of like Kevin Castley has left the chat. Are you going to stream? Kevin is bearable. Yeah. Okay, Sally. I think I'm done being nice to you. It's hardly worth it. No, I like the NSA too. I think that they serve a very useful function for sure. Sing for us? Yeah, I don't think so. Are you going to stream Silent Hill 2 for the 20th anniversary of the game this year? 20 years, that's crazy. We'll see. Probably not. I might just play it for myself, though, because it's an amazing game. Oh, you jokers in the chat. What am I going to do with you? For the record, the whole world does revolve around me. My world does. And that's the only world that matters. Am I right? Yeah, I'm right. Let's see. Is it a gory game? Not really. I mean, it came out 20 years ago. It's not, and that's never really been the big focus of the Silent Hill franchise. It has a lot more to do with psychological horror rather than body horror. Well, there's body horror to an extent, but not really gore. Anyway, Kevin's back.
There he is.
No.
There we go. So maybe some of you guys figured out who we were talking about earlier when I mentioned the goblin. Some of those that will know the Green Goblin memes, for example, from this right here. That's him right there. That's the meme IRL. By the way, I was pointing this out to Reece earlier. That silver YouTube plaque that you see there. Understand that he's almost at 1 million subs. He's gonna switch that out for gold soon, and that's gonna happen. So make sure you send around invites, get people to subscribe to this channel so we can catch up, because somebody needs to.
I always find that so obnoxious to put the plaque in your videos.
Well, it's just... it's a little bit more obnoxious. Vosh actually has a portrait of his face in his background.
Okay, so. That's worse.
And he also has a plaque. So,
here we go. We've got the hungry hippo. That's a better nickname, honestly.
Kyle is hungry.
He's very hungry. I'm hungry to tear this bullshit apart, honestly.
Yeah. No. Green Goblin is not the best name for him. Kremlin Kyle is the best name for him. Even Kraut certified that. Kraut's a big YouTuber. And he's like, oh, dude, you're the guy who came up with Kremlin Kyle. I'm like, yep, guilty as charged. So, he's like, that's the best nickname. That's the best nickname ever. No, Kremlin Kyle. We got to do hashtag Kremlin Kyle so it'll stick. And we can get it trending because he's a Kremlin bootlicker. So let's go.
Mainstream media, in this case CBS, is going to prove
you should turn it up.
Not up.
What's that?
You should turn it up.
Oh, it's on max volume. Oops. I'll have to turn up my speakers. Next time, just send me the links before so I'll download them and then video.
I thought you were gonna do that, but hey, it's our first time.
Oh wow, you're right. I probably could have done that when we were talking earlier. Wow, I just had them open in tabs. Interesting. I could
we could wait a minute. Let's just see, since it's our first stream, we're testing things out. I actually kind of want to see what that feature looks like.
Yeah, we'll try it out. I'm just gonna download this stuff then. Be a minute. So feel free to entertain the people again. So we'll get these.
I'm so good at that. Well, I'll try. I'm going to avoid a specific toxic user because really,
Sally.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to talk about.
Oh,
I'll talk about anyone else. I'll talk about Arthur, hungry for pigeons. I love the hungry memes.
I like what Henry says here. Like, Kevin won't have the silver play button on display when he gets it. No, the silver one's going to go up in the background somewhere. Like, absolutely 100%. Unless they send me, like, the bronze one. Apparently, they, on occasion, will send ones to people for hitting 1,000 subs and then 10,000 subs.
I haven't seen 1,000 sub one, but yeah, possibly.
YouTube.
I never got one.
I'm pretty sure they only send out, like, the 100K ones, but technically speaking, it starts off with graphite for channels that pass 100 subs, opal for channels that reach or surpass 1,000, and bronze for ones that reach 10,000 subs. But it says if a channel is monetized, this level adds a spread shop or Teespring monetization option. Interesting. I don't think. Oh yeah, these levels do not include physical and announcement awards, but offer alternative benefits instead. So I'm at 100. Let's see. It allows the creator to have a custom username and URL, such as I didn't even realize I could do that instead of a random string of letters. Oh, interesting. I need to figure out how to do that. That's crazy. I didn't even realize I could do that. That's based. Okay. So
I think it would be less obnoxious if it were on the wall in the background, but Kyle just puts it on his desk.
Yeah. Okay. So there we go. So now I've got the videos downloaded. Now I need to figure out how to actually video file share.
He's got a new setup though from the last time I've seen his videos.
CBS.
Oh wow.
I guess it's not really that new. It's just a different angle.
No, but I can interact with it on the screen. That's crazy. This is StreamYard. I can interact with it on the stream. That's crazy. Okay. Interesting.
Nice. All right. We're learning things, people. Whoa. There we go. That looks good.
Unfortunately, it doesn't allow me to reshape it beyond this, but they're just starting out. So.
Oh, this is perfect. Honestly, this is a great view.
I would have made it a bit smaller so the logo. Well, I prefer to have my logo covering up. Now it's just Kremlin Kulinski. It used to be Kremlin.
the Kulinski show.
He used to be 3Ks. Now he's just 2. Well, no, he's Kremlin K Kulinski. He's still triple K. So. Okay.
There you go.
Is going to prove how not up to the task of serious work they are with this one question that they asked Joe Biden about Iran.
Hold on. Kyle's saying the mainstream media, CBS, they're going to prove how they're not up to the task of being, these providers of information. Unlike you, Kyle. Unlike you, who always provides a very objective take on the goings on in the world, obviously.
So it does allow me to go backwards and stuff. I can go anywhere.
Yeah, let's start from the beginning, honestly.
Yeah.
Mainstream media, in this case CBS, is going to prove how not up to the task of serious work they are with this one question that they asked Joe Biden about Iran.
Because Kyle, the serious work
lift sanctions.
He also sounded very tired. He's hungry and tired.
Hey, Kyle, you're hungry. You should get something in you, man. Get some food. Get some Doritos, something, anything.
That's Snickers. You need the Snickers, but I don't know, whatever reason.
You're not yourself, Kyle, when you're hungry.
He's not himself. He's not himself. The more hungry he gets, the more he actually starts to sound like somebody who's not Kremlin Kyle. And then he starts to sound like Beijing Kyle. So
already we're hitting some great Kyle tropes where his intro is so ominous, like CBS fails in their duties. Let's watch this CBS clip and let's see their quote unquote failure when questioning Joe Biden.
It's a little bit different than his old stuff now because he's got this plaque right there, and pretty soon he's gonna have a gold plaque, and I'm sure he's gonna be like, oh man,
it's taken his sweet time though to get to 1 million. Like I thought he would have been there by now.
Yeah, well, I mean, he could say, "Oh yeah, but you guys have like 10,000 combined, and I've got 100 times, or I've got like 950 times as many followers as you, or whatever." But in reality, all of his followers have it combined into like less than half of our fans. So, you know, it's not exactly
he does not. Numbers mean nothing. I mean, he doesn't have an enviable audience. I would hate to be, you know, a hostage to them.
God, could you imagine the chat if all of a sudden everybody from his audience was here tonight? There'd be like 30 people that are fans of the show, and there'd be everybody calling us like deep state and stuff. They'd be cringe.
What bunch of deep state shills, bro?
Yeah, they'd be calling us like Saudi shills for Israel and stuff.
We're clearly Saudi.
They'd be calling us like Saudi Arabian Jews and stuff. So, like, yeah,
weird.
Saudi Arabian Jewish communist Marxists, degenerates. And
I see.
Probably calling.
I wasn't aware that's what I was. The more you learn,
probably calling the video gay. You know, like I'm not sure how many of his followers these days are homophobic. I know in the early days of his channel, he actually did used to talk about like gay rights and stuff before he became a complete shill for Russia and Iran and everything. Now he's got a lot of fans that are like the paleocon types, but anyway.
Yeah, if you go down this like, you know, this pro Assange freeze peach road, I seriously doubt there would be much tolerance for a conversation about LGBT rights.
Well, I support free speech, but yeah.
Well, that's why I differentiated. I said freeze peach. That's like the parody of free speech. It's when people say they're in favor of free speech, but really they're talking about Assange. I'm in favor of Assange because I'm in favor of free speech.
Oh man. Okay, let's go.
Asked Joe Biden about Iran.
Will the U.S. lift sanctions first in order to get Iran back to the negotiating table?
No.
They have to stop enriching.
Yeah. Well, that's good. That's good. That's base Biden there. Let's continue.
My only area of disagreement there is like, I think that we're well past bringing anyone to a negotiating table.
I know.
No matter what happens. Like maybe if their country, you know, maybe if Tehran is a smoldering ruin, you could bring people to a negotiating table to be like, okay, you're going to step down from power. We're going to have a new government put in place. Yep. But that's about the only table I want them seeing.
That's right.
It appears there is a standoff. Overnight, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, said Iran will not scale back its atomic work until the U.S. removes all sanctions.
Well, you've heard it. You heard it here first.
It's just a peaceful nuclear weapons program, bro.
For defense, right? For defense.
Hey man, America, by the way, I did a video on this today. America has nukes. Why can't Iran have nukes, man?
And apparently that was a failure on the part of CBS. They didn't grill Joe Biden hard enough. Even though, honestly, I think that was them grilling him. Saying like, look, are you going to be, you were part of the Obama administration. Are you going to be like them? And the reason, and I don't even necessarily agree with everything the administration is saying about Iran, but the situation since 2015, we're definitely going to get in this with Kyle's commentary. It is not 2015 anymore. And even in 2015, it was totally cringeworthy to do the diplomacy that we did. But given how much the situation has shifted, even Biden, who was part of the Obama administration, he's looking at the current situation with Iran and he's saying, are you kidding me? Like what? We're gonna go back to the negotiating table without, and they're not gonna make any concessions. Of course he couldn't do that. He was criticizing Trump for that for the last 6 months. He can't do that. But that's what Kyle's gonna get on his case about.
Oh, he looks so smug right now, by the way.
Yeah, he really is just a total narcissistic piece of garbage.
I mean, just wow. I mean, at least when Vosh gets smug or whatever, there's at least the self-awareness that he'll say, "Oh yeah, I have a big ego" and all this kind of stuff. Whereas with Kyle, I don't really see that self-awareness from Kyle. I don't think it's like a
no
Kyle. He's actually like unironic about it. So he thinks he's better.
That was pathetic.
No, you. No. This is my response. This is my response right now. We could wrap up the stream right now. This is the response.
No, you.
No, but again, I'm very proud of this meme that I crafted. I've got some more rares. I actually made some more rare Boltons today. It looks like he's actually saying it. Like, no, you. You know?
No, you. Okay, so according to Kyle, that was pathetic. It was pathetic to ask Joe Biden a completely politically relevant question of, okay, bringing Iran, potentially there's rumblings that Iran might be brought to a negotiating table. In what circumstances are you going to do that, essentially? And to Kyle, that's pathetic, apparently. That's not a real question. Whatever.
So we're talking about a major network here with...
Wait.
Yeah, are you seeing kind of the slow-mo?
Yeah.
Let's just try to go back a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe this is just a bug with the playback function when you load up the file.
It has to be a bug with it. My computer has a lot of RAM. My computer's only at like 50% RAM capacity right now. That's not a computer issue. That's got to be a playback issue in the app, actually. Weird.
Talking about a major network here with journalists. And that question was incredibly misleading. Will the U.S. lift sanctions first in order to get Iran back to the negotiating table? They don't tell you that the United States broke the deal.
Oh, God. Here we go again. He's probably said that in 800 videos.
That's not a lie. That is not a lie.
Seriously, he has over 10,000 videos, a lot more than 10,000 videos. So
let's go back 10 seconds real quick.
They don't tell you that the United States broke the deal. We violated the deal.
What do you
have to say to that, Kevin? Look, neoconservatism destroyed.
Owned. It's like that Tulsi Gabbard thing, STFU neocon right there. Just like we got collectively owned right now. Everybody in the audience right now, we just got completely burned. We got wrecked. We got eviscerated. I don't even know how I can finish the stream, honestly. Like, how do you even recover from that? He just destroyed us in our argument.
It's over.
Like it's game over, dude. We got nuked, dude. It's game over.
Game over, man.
Game
over. Yeah, he says this unsurprisingly. Not only has he said that in 800 videos, but he says that repeatedly over and over in this video about literally Iran didn't do nothing. And also, he fails to mention Iran's development of ballistic weapons, or rather ballistic warheads, just typical ballistic warheads. He fails to mention their financing of proxy forces in the region. He fails to mention how they've terrorized U.S. bases, U.S. aircraft, and oil tankers.
Attacked Saudi Arabia recently.
He doesn't mention any of that.
No.
Because he is a complete lying piece of shit.
Secular Talk, the channel where we defend the terrorists and the Ayatollah.
Just for the record, Kevin, I'm sure you're sick of this. Can you please explain to the amazing people at home in your eloquent words the exact nature of Iran violating the deal?
Oh, well, the Iranians, the best person to explain this would actually have been Daniel Boardman. You all can go and watch my interview with him from a couple of months ago. He had a piece exposing on how Iran in their rhetoric is completely duplicitous. So going back to the inception of the deal, actually way before that, Iran always had this public face to the West, to the rest of the world, where they would have well-dressed people go on there and speak in English and say that the regime had only the intent for a peaceful energy program, and that the extent of the uranium enrichment was only for civilian energy production. And then domestically in Farsi, what would they say to the people? They'd say, okay, we're going to completely nuke the Jews, dude. And they'd have like mushroom clouds and their propaganda and everything. And that was true before the deal, and it was true after the deal. And Iran had, under the terms of the deal that America and the rest of the idiots that signed into this agreed to, they were given a heads up as to when the inspectors would arrive. They would have control over where the inspectors were able to even observe facilities. And they could also just tell them, like, oh, no, you can't look here, you can't look there, that sort of thing. And even then, they still violated the terms of the deal and still cut off inspectors from going into certain areas that they technically had a right to inspect under the terms of the deal. The IAEA found that Iran had enriched 12 times the level of uranium that they were permitted to under the deal, and that was based on the facilities that they were allowed to inspect in the areas of those facilities that weren't off limits to them. So you can imagine how much they actually have produced. Additionally, it's clear that with Iran, and I'm not sure if I'm like answering what you're trying to get at right here. Like,
no, you are.
Okay, because I'm not sure if there was like a one-liner you were trying to get me to say or something.
Honestly, see, that's the problem though. They have one-liners. We have to give 5 hours worth of explanation of what really happens in the world.
Yeah.
We aren't permitted the luxury of one-liners.
I like this question from Sally Thomas. I got a question for Kevin. If you lost a debate, would you ever admit it? I don't lose debate, so I don't need to address that.
And I mean, like here and there, we've criticized, like we've Monday morning quarterbacked, like, oh, I kind of wish you'd brought that up during the debate, or
Yeah.
But here's the thing: debates kind of get away from you. You can. It's impossible to predict how a debate's going to go exactly.
I'm not that kind of person. I'm not the type of person who, okay, sometimes I am. Like if you watch me on the Politicrat, for example, where he'll have like 9 people and like 7 of them are total cringe, and I'll try to talk as much as possible and just control the narrative basically, and like, alpha dog it, that kind of thing. If it's on my channel and we're doing a debate as normal, especially if it's somebody like Daniel, I sometimes let them dig their own grave. Or if it's Hedafax, you saw that in my debate with Hedafax, I'd be like, oh, tell us about Charlie. Tell us about Charlie. And then she'd just dig herself a bigger hole and everything. Is sometimes that's my style, where I let them destroy themselves, especially if I can tell that they're an amateur and they're about to say something really dumb that's going to make them look bad. I don't intervene then, because and at one point you'll notice in my performance when I debated Hedafax, I said to her, she was talking and she was like, oh, and she was stuttering, like, and she was trying to get her words out about why it's like okay to like oppress the working class or whatever. And I'm like, I go to interrupt her, and she's like, I was talking, and I'm like, believe me, you want me to interrupt you right now. You're not doing yourself any favors. So in that case, I did take control of the debate again in that sense. But again, sometimes the best way to win a debate is by letting the idiots expose themselves as idiots on their own terms too. So that people can see it clearly. I mean, we and sometimes it's just a blood sports thing. So sometimes if it's people that are more aggressive and whatnot, then, if it's the case of somebody like Burns, you're never going to be able to have 100% of the control over the debate if it's Burns, for example. But in general, there have been debates that I've done that were close, and there are debates that I've done that weren't close. Those are the only 2 categories. So
this is unrelated. I'm not sure if this is a subtweet or not, but I just saw Neocon Azuka tweet out. He said
it's a subtweet. I haven't seen it, but it's almost certainly a subtweet.
It just came out, but so it's while we're live. But he said every irrelevant, insane person you encounter on here with like 90 followers has a podcast.
See, if I was McCarthyist right now, I would chime in and say, actually, I have 780 followers and Reece has 3,600 or whatever. Because, of course, that's what MMI did, because I did the meme where I said, every fucker took one, or it was like fuckers took one. It took literally one game theory class and think they're John von Neumann. And then McCarthyist immediately responds with, actually, I took 4 game theory classes, 2 of which were like advanced continuation and 2 others were advanced. And,
actually, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, and of course, that was just bait. And I knew that he would respond to it. I'm not sure that Neocon Asuka, quote unquote Neocon Asuka, is dumb enough to think that I'm going to reply to this. But it's an obvious subtweet at us. And I'm not going to actually.
What a bunch of insane people.
I mean, the thing is, like, he'll often refer to me as cringe Castloid or schizo Castloid, so that if I'm typing in like my name to see if people are talking about me, it won't show up. He doesn't at me or anything either. The dude is a joke. He's a joke. He's a total joke. We don't need to spend very much time on him. I just
no. Honestly, I'd rather talk about Kyle, to be honest with you.
Asuka is, I mean, just a train wreck. I mean, even Kyle would have the common sense not to double down on running over BLM protesters and then defending it months later on a stream in person. So Kyle's pretty despicable, but even he keeps the mask on. But anyway, here we go.
I just love, sorry. I don't, this is the last thing I'm going to say.
Yeah.
I love the idea, and I really hope he's listening. I love the idea of Neocon Azuka being in a car. He gets surrounded by people. He's in a car. Keep this, a car that you can lock, a car that unless you're Superman, you're not just going to bust into immediately. And he would be so shit terrified that he'd be like, oh no, what are they going to do? I need to kill some people. I need to kill my fellow citizens and run them over. I don't know what they're going to do to me in my car.
He said you can't wait for them to start breaking into your car. You don't know what they're going to do, so you have to be the first to act, and that's why he would run.
What are they going to do to you?
When he came here to clarify his comments and accuse Net 7 of being full of BS, he actually made the optics of his position way worse than they were before, when we had assumed that like they were actually harassing his vehicle. No. He said straight up, they're just standing around. He's insane, dude. And by the way, none of like the mainstream neocons that are out there would agree with this guy on basically anything, actually. The guy's alt-right, you know? So
womp womp. He's gonna subtweet some more, but fuck it. We're not gonna
no, for sure. It's kind of funny. I haven't actually checked out his profile in a few weeks now, but he's a goofy dude. He's a goofy dude. And what else? Oh, somebody quote tweeted to it. Oh, but nothing to see here. Interesting. So somebody who's got me blocked quote tweeted it. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. A YouTube user says, you are a 30-year-old man who went to a shit school in Canada, couldn't get a relevant job in their field, and decided to go into retail, bragging about nuking a 21-year-old girl who goes to Northwestern for masters on an internet debate. Kind of life loser. The funny thing about that is that's an actual comment that MMI tweeted at me or whatever, which is great because she was 21, bro. She was only 21 and I was 27. Like, it's not like I was 20 and she was 14. Oh, but she was younger, man. And then what else is it? Oh, she was 8 weeks younger than you, dude. Like, she was just a child, man. I also like the fact that she's going to get a master's because she admitted in the essay that she wrote me that she applied for literally hundreds of jobs and couldn't get a response anywhere. So now she's doubling down and going into more debt. But she said that she was better than me and did the Anna Kasperia memes. It was really, really funny, actually. So, by the way,
we'll see if she ever gets the degree, what she does with it, because something tells me she's going to be a part of the working class.
Probably. I would say in her case, going back for a master's Probably not the best idea. I mean, there are people out there that'll do a master's because they want to be a professor or something, and so they go in and get a master's right off the bat. But if you couldn't get a job anywhere in your field, so now you're going to get a master's, that's probably indicative that you're also probably not going to get a job in that field. So, I mean, she might get like one of the bottom tier salaries in the field and have a ton of debt to pay off. She said that she was doing public administration or whatever. Okay, by the way, I don't like the idea of people with her views going into that field, but whatever. My guess is she's not going to actually rise very high in it, but that's just me. That's just me. Oh, yeah, can you mathematically prove the first theorem of welfare economics for us? Can you even graph the edgelord box, please? Well, we graphed the edgelord box, and I love how the edgelord box, just Google searching an edgelord box brought up milk and dates on the axes. Oh, I always get a kick out of that because, oh, so this is Richard's indifference curves, and he's getting 0 of both with Nikki Haley. So, but we should probably get back to the video. So.
In fact,
dude.
Yeah, that's annoying. It wasn't doing that before. What in the world?
Come on, dude.
It was working fine
when we were still nominally in the deal, which is a violation of the deal, and then we officially pulled out of the deal.
Oh, you know what? I figured it out. It probably does that at the start because it's actually retrieving the data from my computer. It's not uploaded on their server. That's probably why it does that.
I see. Okay, so what do you think about what he just said?
We'll rewatch that.
Violation of the deal. And then we officially pulled out of the deal. And so when we pulled out of the deal, their response was, okay, I guess we're going to go back to enriching uranium.
They were already doing that the entire time.
Uranium before the deal. All that the deal did was give them a timeline of 20 years, basically, before they could become a formal nuclear state. And they would just have to like pretend that they weren't doing very much and like try to keep a good public face about it. It unfroze $150 billion of assets that they had abroad. And what did they use with that money? They sent it to Qasem Soleimani to direct terrorist efforts from Yemen to Syria to Iraq to Lebanon and elsewhere in the Middle East. Of course, against Israel, of course, against Saudi Arabia. Unfreezing that money. Now, I know that they'll say, well, technically Obama didn't give them $150 billion. He just unfroze their assets. As if that's some like big gotcha thing. But realistically speaking, to the Iranians, it wouldn't matter if it was U.S. taxpayer money or their money. Either way, you just gave a terrorist regime $150 billion they didn't have access to. Unbelievable.
It's the difference between paying them. It's the difference between paying them and economically enabling them. And in my opinion, there's no meaningful difference at all.
It literally doesn't matter. Obama could have just given $150 billion from like taxpayers in California and flew over to Iran and handed it to them in cash, and it wouldn't have made a difference because they were going to do the same thing with it either way. Oh, but it's their money though. No, it's not. If you're a terrorist, that money is not yours anymore. I mean,
don't they? What about their sovereignty? Don't they deserve? Don't you believe in capitalism? Don't you believe in the free market? It
would be like robbing a bank, and then when the cops come for you and arrest you, you're like, "But I still get to keep the money, though, right?" And you're like, and they're like, "No," and they're but I worked hard for the money. I robbed the bank. It's like because that's what the Iranians do. They tax the hell out of their population so that they can fund all these wars abroad to expand their empire. And the Iranian people are by and large totally sick of it. Like there's a reason why when they bring out the Iranian or the Israeli and the American flag, only like 15% of the population actually tramples the flags. Like people are done. They hate the regime. They're sick of it. They're sick of living in what should be a rich country that could be as rich as Saudi Arabia and being dirt poor because the regime uses it for all these stupid wars. So, you know,
ironically, that's what leftists say about America.
It's ridiculous. No,
except this is a case where
people could be as rich as Saudis, like not without a doubt, they could be as rich as Saudi Arabia, perhaps even slightly richer if they had a democracy, because it would probably be more evenly distributed amongst the population, they would be bawling. But instead, it's only the elites that are bawling, and everybody else is being sent off to go and die or having their fruits of their labor plundered by this regime to perpetuate their own interests around the region. They should be a rich country. The only reason they're not is because of the regime. So,
yeah, it's absolutely. And this is another problem with this video. Kyle's characterization of the Iranian regime, they're just like, yeah, they didn't have some master plan all along to continue enriching uranium. They were just like, oh, okay, I if that's what you want to do, weird flex, U.S., but I guess we're just gonna go back to doing the terrorism. No, Kyle doesn't even say that. Just go back to enriching uranium. He fails to mention anything to do with terrorism.
They were enriching uranium before the deal. Look, here's the problem for Kyle. There's a reason the United States pulled out of the deal, because Iran was not keeping up with the terms of it. So he acts like America's the fault of everything. This is so stupid. If we do that and when we actually apply the logic backwards, you know who actually started all this? It was Iran in 1979. It was the Ayatollah regime in 1979. They've always hated America, always hated Israel, and they've been very clear for a very long time that the regime wants nukes. They've always told their own people, we're going to get nukes, but it's to the rest of the world. They said, oh, no, we're not going to do that just for peaceful purposes, bro. We're just for our energy and stuff. They've always domestically maintained the propaganda that they were going to nuke Israel.
It's a horrible characterization that we pulled out of that deal. First off, it was a bullshit deal to begin with that we never should have been in. It wasn't earned. That deal was not earned by them. They did not rise to the occasion as, oh, this is a trustworthy government that we can absolutely work with and set something up. No, they obviously, and just because we leave the deal, that they should still be abiding by the deal. We were not the only country involved in that deal. They have obligations to make up with other countries. But Kyle's characterization is that the U.S. is completely at fault. The Iranians did nothing wrong. Not only were they apparently not enriching uranium while the deal was active, but they are completely in a position where they're justified to enrich uranium now. So
it's so stupid, dude.
This is what I take issue with. And then he's going to get on the case of CBS for not talking about the real issues, not giving solid questions to the current leader of the free world, because but he himself not once is going to mention the danger posed by Iran enriching the uranium and acquiring a nuclear arsenal. And not once is he going to mention the terrorism that was happening before 2015, happening between 2015 and 2021, and happening right now. He doesn't mention it once. But this is independent media, guys. This is where you go to get the real news.
Oh, look at his face right now. Like,
yeah, no, you were right to say smug, because he thinks he has all the answers. Even though he's telling like 15% of the story, but he thinks he has all the answers.
Yeah, I mean,
and he's getting that 15% fucking wrong.
Yes, it's like Tulsi. She's a one issue candidate. Her one issue is foreign policy, and she's wrong about everything on it. So,
see, you need to diversify your talking points, because if you have one talking point and you're wrong on it, well, that's a 100% fail rate.
Yeah, that's right. Let's continue.
And so they did that. And now we're saying, all right, look, I know that we violated the deal and I know that we pulled out of the deal, but you need to start abiding by it first now before we start abiding by it. Why would they do that? We quite literally proved to them in no uncertain terms that a deal with us is not worth the paper it's written on.
Oh
my God.
They got so much traction out of that deal, though.
God, dude.
That doesn't even make any sense.
No, I want to be clear about something. Iran feigned disappointment over it. I'm sure they expected that Trump was going to pull out of it. They were outraged and stuff. Well, in reality, they were like, oh man, isn't it kind of cool how we got Obama to do that anyway? Like, because for them, the fact that they got this thing in the first place and got that $150 billion back was already a big win. In other words, even if you pull out, which Trump did, and we gave him credit for it, you still can't get back that money that they got access to. By the way, you're saying, oh, it's $150 billion. $150 billion is a lot of money in America. America's a $20 trillion economy. $150 billion to Iran is freaking huge. Like, what's their GDP? Their GDP isn't even that big. Like, we're talking a huge... Yeah, their GDP is $450 billion. That would be like if they gave America $6 trillion. That's how much money equivalent we're talking about here. That was just unfrozen. Oh, but it's their money, though. Obama didn't give them the money in cash like Trump said. Doesn't matter. Honestly, I don't... That by the way, that lie from Trump was the least harmful lie that he told in his entire presidency, because the effect and outcome of what Obama did made no difference than if he actually did take the cash over there on a private jet, like Trump said.
Yeah, the only people who could possibly care about that are people who would only be offended by, oh my God, did like my taxpayer money go to that? Oh, it didn't? Oh yeah, I don't care.
That's right.
Instead of like, okay, obviously the real thing to care about is that Iran got all this money.
Yeah. No, like I get it. There's a big problem with saying, oh, that was your money. But I don't actually care that if Trump had to say that to get people to care about Iran getting access to all that money, then you know what? Of all the lies that he told, I'll take that one over all the other ones. He told like 30,000 lies.
Yeah, that's meaningless. Honestly, I don't care about that.
Yeah. So there we go. So we got Kyle here right now. Again, look at the smug face. Like he thinks he's knows
staring
more.
Deep in your eyes. Like, come on, I'm trying to get you to see the light.
He thinks he knows more than the Hawks. What he doesn't understand is that he's actually one of the commanders in the brainlet brigades. He's brainlet. Like he thinks that he's going up against like these straw men and they're dumb and everything. He doesn't know. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure he knows who you are. I doubt he knows who I am. He's probably not going to like me very much. So let's keep going.
We proved that. We
No.
couldn't make it more clear. We basically screamed it through a megaphone.
No.
Do not trust us.
Pause.
We're going to be here all night.
Well, I've got things to say, damn it. Such nonsense. Okay, somehow we proved to Iran that getting into a deal with us is not worth it, despite the fact that Iran, for years after being let go, the United States leaving the deal, has been clamoring for us to be in a new deal with them.
That's right.
So clearly that's not what they fucking think, Kyle, you absolute imbecile. But they benefited so much. They loved, what are you talking about? They loved being in a deal with us. They gained so much legitimacy from that. They gained so much funding in the way of that. But we've basically shown how feckless we are through abandoning a completely bullshit deal. Here's the thing. Because of how truly terrible the deal was, I take no issue at all. That's not a real criticism to me. Oh my God, we left the deal. We stopped. We stopped doing this bullshit deal with Iran. Good. This is not a win for you. This is not a criticism of the United States. And the reason we left the deal is because the deal, all it did was offer protection to Iran and allow them to more covertly enrich uranium and develop their nuclear stockpile, rather than, out in the open like they're doing right now. That's all it was. So basically, here's the thing. The situation has not changed. The only thing that's changed is now the Iranian regime is saying, well, This is what we're doing. And you could say this to a certain degree. This is why it's also a bad thing that we were in the deal in the first place, because Iran will say, well, now we have carte blanche to develop our nuclear stockpile. And there are brainlets all over the world who will say, yes, you do. We should never have been involved in this deal. That is the only thing about this deal that was really a loss for us ultimately, and time. Those are the things we lost. We lost our ability to say, to basically pin Iran on that. And we lost valuable years in which they were developing uranium the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to try not to pause too much, but how can I do that? Really?
Under
You're
any
asking the impossible.
Circumstance. So we did that, and now we expect them to get back in the deal that we violated for us to then maybe get back in the deal?
They don't even want the same deal.
I mean, honestly, it's pathetic, and it's a sick joke. And a media that wasn't...
A sick joke? What do you say, Kevin? No, you... That's the sick joke. No, that's the sick... Here, no, Kyle, you know what a sick joke is? Calling what we did with Iran diplomacy. It's just a trade, man. Oh my God, that's a great screenshot. It's just peace, bro. We're just fostering peace, encouraging peace. What of it? Even the Europeans, who are completely unreliable on this issue for the most part, we could barely convince them to be on our side.
They are reliable. No, I disagree with you, Reece. They're reliable every single time they got their back, man.
but even they are saying, you know what? We don't like the JCPOA right now. And if we're going to do a new deal, it has to involve, even Macron was saying this. Now, granted, Macron's kind of based when it comes to European leaders, but he was saying, if we end up coming together for a new deal, it needs to address the terror funding. It needs to address the conventional missile program in Iran. It was so short-sighted. It was completely short-sighted to look at this totalitarian regime and say, okay, you can't enrich uranium above this point. By the way, we're going to economically enable you, and welcome to the world stage, Iran. And they didn't use that money to help their people. They didn't use that money to build the infrastructure to better integrate into the standards of the free world. No, they used that money exclusively for terrorism for years. So, of course, even the Biden administration, which is basically just an offshoot of the Obama administration, the people who made this deal in the first place are saying, you know what? I think things are going to have to change because the situation got so bad. Even Biden and even the Europeans are saying, wow, have you noticed Iran fucking up for years? Okay, so everyone else has noticed this. People who made the deal have noticed this, except Kyle hasn't noticed this. And he will not tell you, the audience, the full story of what's happening in the world because it is politically inconvenient. What an absolute huckster. I am so sick of this guy already. We're like a minute in. How much of fucking bullshit have we listened to already?
We're about 40% of the way through.
Okay, fair enough. We'll continue.
Yeah.
Insane would explain everything that I just explained to you. But the media, it has a giant pro-establishment bias. And
what the fuck does that mean?
That question was framed from the perspective of being hawkish is correct. Being hawkish.
Everybody knows what I'm about to post now.
I love this. Okay, look, Kyle, here's my answer for you. American media is going to an extent, granted, there's going to be disagreements, but they're going to, in some ballpark, be pro-American because they live in America. They don't want America to fail. So, of course, they're going to take the American side. What
do you mean? That's like a foreign concept to a fifth column, man.
Yeah, you know what we're really missing in the media? By the way, we get plenty of this. We get this with Tucker Carlson, the most popular news guy in the country. So don't tell me, don't give me this whole blanket, treat the media like a monolith. There are plenty of people in the media who support a wide variety of opinions, really. They are not all the same. But How in the world? Okay, so Kyle's saying that the media is taking like this, that they have this hawkish bias because they framed the question to Joe Biden as, okay, yeah, are you going to reduce the sanctions? Or basically, I'm trying to remember even the nature of the question, but before we have Iran come to the negotiating table, are you going to reduce the sanctions? Or will you sorry. I'm sorry. I'm losing it. This video is making me short circuit, honestly. Will you take away the sanctions in order to bring Iran to the negotiating table? How the fuck is that a hawkishly biased question? What sense does that make? Isn't that a pro-diplomacy question?
Wow.
Okay. Let's keep going.
Okay.
Hawkish is right. Being tough is right. That's how that question was framed. But they don't even, like,
Stop.
It's just...
Oh my God. Sorry, Kevin. This is what the show's going to be. I'm sorry. So get ready for weeks upon weeks of this. Kyle, being tough, being hawkish, being opposed to the totalitarian Islamic Republic of Iran is correct.
Yes.
It is strategically correct. It is internationally correct, and it is morally correct. And you are such a blatant water carrier for this regime. And the way you characterize them as completely innocent bystanders who didn't do nothing. They're just good boys. They just wanted to have their Nukies. The rest of the world has Nukies. What's wrong? Nukies.
They were just, Reece, they were just cozy Nukies, not spooky Nukies. Just cozy. They were the kind of Nukies that they warm your heart, man. They
well, you know, that's technically true. They would warm your heart.
It's technically true. I mean, you know, it's a heartwarming nuke.
He's trying to portray CBS like they're us. That was like the most tepid, like, okay, let's press Biden on his approach to Iran.
If I was there, I'd be like, well, everybody knows that I would be like, if they wouldn't hire me because I'm a hawkish dude, but it wouldn't work out. I'd just be like, Mr. President, with all due respect, to entertain the idea that we can even have negotiations at this point leads me to believe that you don't actually regard war as the option of last resort. And you'd be like, well, no, war is the option of last resort. I'd be like, okay, what characteristics would define the scenario of the last resort? He wouldn't have a good answer because he's never thought about it. None of the brainlet brigades have thought about it. They just say that because it's cute. Like, no, I'm not an isolationist. You have to do war as a last resort, but like, we're never going to be there. They can nuke everybody. Oh, but war is only for the last resort, bro.
Yeah, we passed the last resort many years ago.
Yeah. I despise Kremlin, Kyle, but let's keep going.
Stupid. Like, it is just stupid for us to violate the deal, us to pull out of the deal, and then now we're going to insist that they get back in the deal that we pulled out of?
What a terrible framing of that.
I have a response now.
That's stupid, kiddo. I mean, this is the problem.
No, but look at his face. He's like, there's no hope for you. Like, where do you even start? Because Bolton's just like, you are FUBAR, dude. Like, you're done.
The problem with responding to Kyle is that basically he latches onto one talking point, and that's all he says for 10 minutes.
Look at his face.
Man, that's just stupid. Let me give you this straw man version of events that never actually happened that completely neglects to mention the well-documented violations that Iran did of the JCPOA that prompted we did not pull out of the deal. John Bolton did not advocate Trump to pull out of the deal for no fucking reason.
Okay,
so shut the fuck up, Kyle.
When we already proved that we don't abide by our deals? what you need to do in a world that made sense.
Okay, you know what? Actually, I half agree with that. We should not be getting any more deals.
Yeah.
With Iran. No. The only deal should be a fist to the face.
Yeah.
You know, geopolitically speaking. That's the only deal that we're going to be working with here.
That's right.
So, okay, Kyle. So, does that sound good? Yeah, I mean, why would Iran get in any more deals with us? We're not the real hawks who you refuse to engage with. We're not advocating for deals. We are not Joe Biden. We are not Barack Obama. We are not advocating for peace or diplomacy with Iran.
He thinks Obama and Biden are hawks. He thinks they're neocons, basically.
Yeah, not even fucking close.
Let's go.
Biden on day one should have got back in the deal, and he should have issued a formal apology.
What an absolute simp. This is Kyle's fetish. This is his like fantasy world where we get back in the deal and Biden grovels in front of the Ayatollah.
Prostrates himself before the Ayatollah and
hey guys, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for betraying you.
Like the irony here is that conservatives back in the day used to accuse Obama of doing an apology tour, which I don't regard them as being wrong about, but I like how they used to be hawkish about it and say, look, like this is what Romney would talk about, how Obama went around the world and just apologized for America being America and everything. I remember the progressive media was saying how they were being hyperbolic and all that kind of stuff. Kyle wishes that Obama would like unironically be like the worst caricature of what conservatives thought of Obama being like. He actually wants Biden to go around and do a formal apology tour, not just go around and say, oh, we're sorry and stuff. I'm sure he actually wants like the doctrine to be straight up the apology tour 2021. You know,
we're sorry. We make all these concessions. We expect nothing in return. So basically, the new deal that we can enter is they continue to do whatever they want, and we lift the sanctions, and we don't interfere with them, and we stop supporting the Saudis. We stop supporting Israel. We just isolate ourselves from the rest of the world and let Iran do its thing. Says the guy who runs a channel called fucking Secular Talk.
That's right.
Which is the biggest lie I've ever seen in my life.
Well, and Bolton's got a question for Kyle right there. And I'm not sure Kyle even knows the answer to it. I mean, this guy's so high right now.
He's pretty high. He's on cloud 9.
Yep. Cloud 9.
Should have said, listen, we made a deal in good faith, and we had this one administration where this guy's insane, and he did the wrong thing, but I want you to know.
One of the few things that Trump did that was pretty good, Kyle thinks was pretty bad.
Man, it was so insane. What an insane guy and such an insane thing to do.
Yeah, insane, bro.
Insane in the membrane.
In the membrane. That's right. No, it reminds me of Liz. It's insane, bro. Insane.
Drew. I still don't even get that.
No, that was so dumb. That was like she had a soundboard, and that was the only item in her soundboard, and she would play it all the time. I don't know the inside jokes of it. My guess is what they were doing was it was supposed to be like how Vosh would always say true, except it was like Pepe on Downers saying Drew because they were obsessed with that degenerate loser Drew over. It was like an AOC. He's basically the AOC what Richard is to Nikki Haley. It's disgusting. So that guy over on Twitter. Anyway, the ambassador has a response.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
That the United States of America stands by our word. And we gave our word in that deal. And Iran was abiding by that deal perfectly. You proved that.
God damn it.
He lies so effortlessly. And once again, I always check. He had no citations in the description of this video.
There's never citations. You did a video calling him out on how his only source once was literally Venezuela state TV. And that was in a video of yours that had like
he didn't even have that. it was when I made that video, I was pointing out this story was only reported by Venezuelan state media and a couple libertarian blogs. No other news source report, because it wasn't a true story. It was completely debunked by sources outside the United States, even.
Yeah. No, I like Bolton. He's just like squinting his eye right now, just trying to be like, dude, the fuck is wrong with you? Like, he has a hard time comprehending how this guy even exists.
So you went on your spiel before about all of the violations that we know of.
Oh, that was
there are
fake
probably
news.
So many more.
That was all fake news, dude.
We found this.
They were just doing Teletubbies, and then Trump had to pull out of the deal. And now they're mean. Now they're mean. Before they were super nice and cozy.
Yeah, his characterization is that they abided by the deal perfectly. And then one day, out of the blue, we betrayed them. We betrayed the poor Ayatollah. The cuddly, do nothing wrong, didn't do Ayatollah, who's just a shining beacon of humanity. And he believes in diplomacy. He believes in internationalism. He's basically, he should be leading the UN. Put the Ayatollah in charge of the UN and things would be so much better. Am I right or am I right?
Yeah. Let's get him to co-host the chair of the Human Rights Council.
He can co-host this show. Bring him on.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, let's just have the Ayatollah up in here. Be like,
I believe in humanitarianism, and if I want someone fighting by my side for humanitarianism, it's the Ayatollah.
No, you know what would be so funny though is like if we had the Ayatollah in here and he just came on right now from Twitter before he got banned and actually responded to the link, and he comes on here and he's like, "What is this show? Oh, you're watching the Home of the Hawks? Awesome! You guys are hawkish. I'm hawkish. I just bombed Syria. I just bombed Yemen. I just bombed Israel. I just bombed all these places." And we're like, yeah. So about that, they're being hawkish. Like I've had people say before, like, "Oh, but you guys are basically just like the Nazis. You both like war." I mean,
don't they cheer on the Soviets who also were involved in a war?
No, I know, but the thing is, war predates ideology. War predates civilization, basically. It's something that humans do. But if you support war, you're a Trotskyist. Just like those hunter-gatherers back in the day that fought that other tribe, man, like 18,000 years ago, and they had a war. They were all Trotskyists. They were inspired.
One caveman leads over to another. So, are you a Trotskyist?
And you're like, no, what are you, a degenerate bourgeois, reactionary revisionist? No, I'm with Comrade Stalin. That's what he says. And like they're crossing the land bridge from literally Russia to America on foot. That's how long ago it is. And but oh yeah, no, every war was just, it was Trotskyites or Nazis. Those are the go-tos where they say like neocons or Trotskyists, they both do war. Neocons or Nazis, they both do war. It's like, oh, interesting. So Babylonians or Nazis, they did war. You know,
there was a war.
There was a war.
I mean, at that point, weren't the founding fathers, weren't those militias all Trotskyists and Nazis?
Well, a lot of the progressives these days would say that they basically were Nazis, but you know,
they launched, and they were all white too. White males. They launched a war
against England. Against England, so did Hitler. Like,
See, Hitler did a war against England. America did a war against England. Do I need to say more?
Think about it.
Holy shit! The evidence is just piling up at this point.
Think about it. I mean, America brought about a lot of deaths of Nazis. Hitler brought about a lot of deaths of Nazis. So, you know, I mean,
we're the same, balanced as all things should be.
Balanced. Everything's balanced. Just states with interest, bro. Both leaders too. America had a leader. Hitler was the leader. Germany had a leader. Same thing. You know, I'm just imagining like Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan was a Trotskyist, so you know he invaded places.
America has an economy. Iran also has an economy. Why can't they make money?
Sure.
Let them make their money.
You were going to do right by the deal, and so now we are going to do right by the deal, and we apologize for the
deal is
previous
shit.
administration. Why would you act like the previous administration was correct? They were right to pull out of the deal, and now
Yes.
Because they were correct.
Put up the yes meme. There's never been a better time. Yes. Because the Biden administration is not going to be partisan to such a debilitating degree that they say everything the last administration did was wrong. Hopefully. And that's what they're saying here. What was the last? What are you saying? Was Trump right to pull out? He is literally malfunctioning. He cannot possibly reconcile with the fact that there are people who disagree with you for very reasonable reasons, which is kind of redundant. Just reasonable all around. People disagree with you, Kyle, and they are completely in the right to do so. People oppose that deal because that deal was complete. It was a sham. The deal was a fucking sham. What are you saying? Are you saying the last administration was right to pull out? Yes, that's what we're saying. Finally, you understand. Kyle understands. He knows what we're saying now. We're saying the deal was shit, and Trump was right to pull out of it, and we are hoping that Biden does not re-enter that deal or a similar deal. And that's what the Biden administration is saying too, when they're saying, hey, you know what? We're not just going to rush back into some stupid deal that completely undermines our state interests, because that doesn't make any sense. Why would we concede basically everything and all this legitimacy for Iran? Have you looked at what Iran's been up to in the last 6 years?
By the way,
complete illiterate imbecile.
Arthur just sent me the background that we'll be using for this podcast series. So that's what we had before for the main.
Big up to Arthur.
Yeah, there we go. That's Arthur right there. So big ups to Arthur. Let's continue with this.
Fucking
now,
nonsense.
You're right to not go back in the deal. Why would you do that? Because the default Washington consensus is neoconservatism.
I wish. Wait.
No.
Wait.
Absolutely not.
Wait. What? The default consensus is neoconservatism? Dude, okay, I have the perfect response for this, actually. Like, he still thinks it's 2006. He's living in 2000.
Not 2003, bro. We've moved on.
Yeah, it's 2006. He grew up. It's 2006 now. What? What do you mean? The default consensus. If that were true, North Korea would not be a thing. Iran would be a democracy. Syria would be a democracy. Libya would be an administrative
and we would have kicked out Russian influence.
Yeah. Turkey would probably be outside of NATO right now. Hungary would be very close to getting the boot. Poland would be strengthened. The Baltic states would be strengthened. There'd be substantial support to Ukraine. There'd be a strong counter to China and the South China.
European Union members would not be economically dependent on the Kremlin in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, Germany would be in serious trouble and be like severely lectured on for dismantling their nuclear energy, and Armin Laschet's BS, falling in love with Putin in Turkey. And you can all go and check out the video that I did where I interviewed Timothy Spin, base patron of the channel. He did the artwork for it and everything, where it's Armin Laschet falling in love with Putin and Erdogan. Germany's a joke. It's just a complete joke. Yet Biden's first days were, let's go back into the Paris Climate Accord, which helps Russia. Let's go and cancel the Keystone XL pipeline, which helps Russia. I mean, everything that he's done for the most part has been helping Russian interests with that, with regards to foreign policy, except on Iran. He said, we're not just immediately going to re-enter into it. But even that's not enough for Kyle. He wishes that Biden would just straight up apologize and give
they may. Like, the thing is, they could turn around completely and at some point, okay, yeah, we're going to re-enter a deal. We feel like, in our view, enough concessions have been made, even though they probably won't.
By the time they do, they'll have stashed away a few bombs by that point. Let's be real about that. So, like,
let's rewind 10 seconds, honestly. And we need to, this is the best soundbite of the video.
We're not going to watch that other video because I have to go to bed very shortly.
Yeah, no, this is going to be, we'll save that. That's another good one.
Yeah.
Why would you do that? Because the default Washington consensus is neoconservatism and hawkishness.
No. What evidence do you have of that? Really? After 8 years of Obama and 4 years of Trump, you're going to tell us that? You're going to tell us that the default political view in Washington is neoconservatism and hawkism. Why? What's your evidence? Your evidence that is during a CBS interview with Joe Biden, they said, "Oh, really? So if Iran ceases their pursuit of enriched uranium to a certain point, will you consider bringing the sanctions down?" That's your evidence that there is a hawkish bias in mainstream American political culture.
Look at
I haven't the words.
That's what he concluded that statement with. Look at his face. He thinks.
Oh yeah, I called out the powers to be, bro. Absolutely delusional. Bruh, you just posted cringe.
Dude.
Let's keep going. Oh no.
In before somebody in the chat rolls up and says, "Yeah, but how is Kyle wrong?"
How is he wrong? We just demonstrated.
No. Nobody's here right now, but I'm just imagining a bunch of people would say, "Yeah, but the consensus is neoconservatism. That's why America is doing the wars in Syria."
What war in Syria?
I know, they always talk about that. Or Afghanistan or Iraq. Where
at least that's an actual war. A significantly is barely a war at this point.
It's, for all intents and purposes, it's over. The ground has been ceded back to the Taliban. It's a complete and total disgrace. So
they don't have a single example to push to where America's like some imperialist reckoning force.
Yeah, but what about Niger, man? They're killing Boko Haram in Niger, bro. That's imperialism, bro.
Oh yeah, poor Boko Haram. Where's that? Is that by Wakanda?
Yeah, see, that's the thing. They used to make fun of Bush supporters back in the day that they couldn't even find Iraq on a map. I'm convinced these people have no idea where any of these countries really are on the map. And actually, Devin Tracy went over a video where Hassan Piker, Guantanamo Bay, was pointing out countries on a map, and he didn't know where Saudi was. He didn't know where Yemen was. He had a hard time finding China.
Those are the easy ones to find.
He had a hard time pointing Germany. He picked, I believe, he went with Estonia for Germany. It was a complete mess. And this guy's one of the biggest progressive voices on social media these days. $1 million a year plus, tons of subscribers, etc. People go to him every day for his advice and his views on politics. He doesn't know where anything is. The irony here is that they don't know where Iraq is on a map. That was just projection against neocons and stuff. So
they probably couldn't find their own fucking socks, these people. So of course they're not going to be able to find Iran on a map.
Yeah, with the brainlet brigades, it's no surprise their foreign policy sucks. Going to the grocery store is foreign to them.
I like Arthur. What wars are we in? The ones Kyle made up. Literally, I cannot stress this enough. We are not in a fucking war. We're not.
He would say, "You're right. We're in 8 wars. 8 wars."
Yeah, we're in 8 wars in quotes. Like we're in a situation where like every now and then we'll drone some terrorists. That's not a war. That's nothing.
Yeah,
that's a blip on the radar.
Yeah, but you just want female drones strike pilots, Reece.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
That's based. Dude, do you know how base that is? To have women drone strike the fuck out of misogynistic patriarchal Islamists?
Yes. Absolutely.
That's like having the female Israeli soldiers or the female Kurdish soldiers and being like, fuck you. Yeah, women's rights, bro. We're gonna fuck you up.
No, I can't get over when there are people out there that like unironically call themselves feminists or say that they believe in women's rights, and they oppose the war in Iraq and oppose the war in Afghanistan and oppose.
They don't support women's rights. They're constantly they're a bunch of edgelords.
Like if you're somebody that says that you claim to care about women's rights, you claim to be a feminist or whatever, and you don't support any of those wars, then at that point, to the extent that you at any point could be considered to in any way care about women's rights, it's white women. That's it. That's all that you care about. I mean, Daniel said before, he's like, oh, but that's a different culture. That's their own country, man. He's like, I only care about people here, man. Like, so at that point,
I don't even believe that. I don't believe that alt-right piece of shit cares about anyone in his own country.
No, straight up. Because
so that's complete nonsense. But so of course he's not going to care about other people. Oh, that's their problem. Yeah, what a noble soul. Yeah, people are being rounded up. There's FGM all over the place. These women are rounded up and sold into sex slavery. Oh, that's their own. I'm sure they'll figure that out.
They think they're the virtuous ones, like that Quaker guy we watched earlier. He thinks he's all righteous at everything, and he thinks
I'm promoting peace.
He's promoting peace and friendship with Butcher.
Friendship. It sounds like a fucking Care Bears episode.
No, I know, dude. Like these people are they are a flaming meme. Every single one of them. It's why I call them the brainlet brigades, you know? So
bunch of meme people.
Yeah, Chris also points out it's worse with Hassan because he spent his first 16 years of life in Turkey. He never knew where Yemen was. That's hilarious to me. Like, imagine actually living in the Middle East. That like you can't find these places on a map. That's
okay. Before we return to this, I just clicked I loaded up a new YouTube tab, and I see a video from Kyle from a week ago, and it says Jesse Ventura goes off on billionaires and capitalism, and it's literally the thumbnail is Jesse Ventura on Russia Today.
Oh man, I love that. It's like Jesse Ventura speaks truth to power as he licks the boots of the power in the crown.
How much fucking money has Jesse Ventura made in his life?
Oh, and then, well, it's not just that. The guy shills for Russian billionaires and oligarchs. He doesn't want to sanction them.
Yeah, the correct title should be he goes off on U.S. billionaires and U.S. capitalism, and that's fucking it.
Yeah, like what Arthur says, feminism, but for women of all colors, # bomb Iran. There you go.
Yeah, what you were saying about Chris, no, that is bad because Hassan, yeah, as far as I know, he did grow up.
No, he grew up in Turkey. He just never knew where Yemen and Saudi and all these places were.
Because he was a jock, a douche who didn't pay attention in school, clearly.
That'd be like living in Canada and not knowing where Mexico is.
Man, I've never even heard of this place.
What's a Mexico?
Is that by Wakanda?
Is that
that needs to be a meme? Is that by Wakanda?
Is that one of the provinces of Africa?
It's by Niger, am I right?
Yeah. Oh man, yeah. And then you have the brainlets who refer to Africa as a country.
The prosperous nation of Africa.
Yeah. Or you got Trump who just makes up countries in Africa, like Nambia.
Nambia.
That was funny. I mean, I like, you know what? We could actually start a coin. It might already have been done, but a cryptocurrency to be the official currency of the Memetic Republic of Nambia. So, you know, call it meme coin. I don't know. You know,
we can split up. We can split up Iran, and half of Iran can be Nambia.
And the other half of it can be North
Nambia.
North Nambia, except it's actually south of where most of Nambia is. And then when they say in school, they're like, okay, this one's the tricky part, but you got to get this right on the test, otherwise you lose marks. North Nambia is actually south of Nambia. And then when the kids will be, wait, if it's south of Nambia, why wouldn't they just call it South Nambia? And the teacher will be like,
you're a xenophobe. That's
and then go into a lecture about how Trump thought that South was North, and it was just a mistake. But that's what got entered into the record. So it's officially the Memetic Republic of South Nambia.
It could be a lecture against Western and white heteronormativity. Like, oh yeah, you're imposing your ideas of North and South on this sovereign nation. It's whatever is North and South to them. Let them decide. Come on.
That's right. Like, it'd be like if South Sudan changed their name to North Sudan to own the white colonizer, basically. So, yeah.
Anyway, let's continue with this fucking bullshit.
In the same way that there was a story the other day that said Biden wants to stay in Afghanistan now.
God damn it.
In the most tepid way. It's not like I've never heard Biden say, oh yeah, we're going to go back to like pre-2014 presidents in Afghanistan. No, he's just saying, yeah, we're going to stay in there and we're going to probably bring up the number of troops from where Trump was planning to withdraw. But even that, Kyle's like, oh my God, how could he do that?
Dude, look at his face.
Yeah, he's real mad about that. Even though these are fucking volunteers who not only are they volunteers for the military, but they are volunteers for conflict situations. They are not babies. They know what the fuck they're doing. And they are there for a very good reason, to fight the rising tide of the Taliban, undoing all the progress we've made in that country and reclaiming more control of the country than they already have. This is a group, Kyle, a group that is engaged in mass terrorism. They have a very blatant Islamist agenda, suicide bombings, and completely illegitimate attacks against the rightful and much more peaceful, much more preferred government that we've been backing. But you're going to throw them under the bus because the Taliban is opposed to the United States. They're a United States adversary. And what do? What's the big deal? Why should we be at war with them? I mean, it's been so long. Can't you just let bygones be bygones? Oh, man, 2001? That was 20 years ago.
It's been 6 weeks, dude. Too long, dude.
Let bygones be bygones with this guy.
Look at his face. Like, again, it's just...
No. Hold on. This is what it is with Kyle. Let bygones be bygones for America's adversaries. But for America... Oh no! Let's talk about 1953 and Iran again.
That's right.
Let's talk about Hiroshima again. There's no bygones. Let bygones be bygones with America, but with America's adversaries, absolutely, every fucking time, without fail. Yeah, why the fuck would we be in Afghanistan, Kyle? No reason at all. We're just there for fun. We're sightseeing. Fucking disgraceful, disingenuous nonsense. And again, it's Kyle completely unable to reconcile with the fact that there's someone who disagrees with him. Oh my God, Joe Biden said that we should what? Stay in Afghanistan? Yeah, no fucking shit. You absolutely disconnected toad.
Again, he calls his channel Secular Talk. I mean, wow.
Clueless. How the fuck did this guy ever get popular?
Well, that's his response. He doesn't know, dude.
Yeah, just shrug. Yeah, I love that. A smug shrug from this absolute piece of shit.
Well, it's better than him doing the high pitched whining that he'll sometimes do.
Okay, I'll take
it. Pay for it.
How are you gonna pay for it? How are you gonna pay for it?
Yeah. Oh my God, dude.
What an effeminate loser.
This guy, yeah, Kremlin Shitsky is a communist fifth column.
That is like the nicest thing we could say about him.
He's Kremlin Kyle. He's Kremlin Kyle. Wow. Okay. We're going to... Okay, by the way, we're only 3 minutes and 46 seconds.
We can do this. I'm glad we picked the short one.
That we've been talking about this for like an hour. Okay.
That's how much content it's worth.
It's 20 to 1. 20 seconds per second of content that you literally. I think Reece, you said before in a different video, it takes 20 minutes to go over 1 minute. Literally, that's the ratio.
I'm trying to do it justice, man.
Look at his face. He's like, I am holier than thou. I am the anointed one. I am I have attained nirvana.
I oppose the wars like all politicians should.
Yeah. Look at him right there.
I mean, it's pathetic. It really is pathetic.
Yeah.
This was the easiest foreign policy layup of all time.
God damn it. Oh my God, dude.
See? You paused it that time.
I know. That was me. That was me. That was me.
So apparently, in Kyle's opinion, the layup is what Biden was supposed to say. Oh, you know, I'm sorry about what happened. I'm sorry about stepping on your toes there, Iran. But we're going to make it up to you.
Race.
We're going to make it up to you. We're going to get back in a nice, cozy deal. You get all the money you want. You can produce uranium even. It's not even going to be a deal that prohibits anything. Let's keep going.
Oh, my God, dude.
Biden had to get back in the deal on day one, and he would have been a hero. He would have moved us closer to peace.
He would have been a hero. He would have been a hero to fifth column morons like you, maybe.
No, this is the only response that I have.
And I don't even buy that. Even if he'd done that, you still would have been complaining about him every other week. So bullshit.
Sure.
But then again, a lot of people in Kyle's camp, they would routinely praise Trump for being supposedly anti-war, even though he was involved in a lot of military ventures anyway. They were like, man, what? Finally, if they were saying literally in the lead up to the election, if Biden gets us into another war, Trump is officially better than Biden. People on the left, people on the far socialist left said that.
Amazing.
I mean, beyond parody. That's as bad as that one communist chick who said she wished she could blow the dude who went into Nancy Pelosi's office and put his feet up on the desk.
Oh, God.
Man, it was so base. Look at him, like, facing the system down and, like, putting them in their place.
Based and sedition-pilled.
Yeah, man, these seditionists. I really just want to slob on their knobs because they're such fucking heroes.
She probably thinks, like, the Confederates were probably pretty base, too, then. Fighting the American establishment. Right?
That's funny because she's black, but but honestly, a lot of those people were Confederates, and she was like, "Yeah, fuck it, they're based."
Flags.
Oh man, that's so based.
Yeah, let's continue.
We'd be in a much better place. Instead, we're in as bad a place as we've ever been because he's doing the same thing Trump did.
No, pause. We're in as bad a place as we've ever been. Because Iran is about to get nuclear warheads. That's the story. That's what you should have been talking about. And they're continuing with all their other interventionist ventures as well. That's why we're in a bad situation. And the reason why that is a particularly bad situation, Kyle, is because we have wasted years doing fucking nothing but posturing. And we did some sanctions here and there. And yeah, we killed Soleimani, but they're back on their feet. And they're about to have nuclear warheads. And we did not take it seriously. Maybe when they nuke Israel, you'll take it seriously. I'm sure you'll find a way to blame that on the apartheid state, right?
He'll say it was a false flag. I guarantee it. He'll say, how do you know it wasn't the CIA? How do you know it wasn't an American nuke to frame Iran? That's what he's going to say. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. He's not.
Oh, yeah.
He's not going to blame. He won't even blame Iran's proxies, by the way. He won't even actually say it was Hezbollah. Even if Iran gives the nuke to Hezbollah to make it look like it wasn't them.
Of course he wouldn't blame Hezbollah. He doesn't even think they're a terror organization.
He's going to blame the CIA. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. And when there are calls then to go to war against Iran for nuking an American ally, he's going to say this is just the neocons wanting war for oil and money. I guarantee it. This guy is completely filth. And he's trying to inculcate in the minds of the youth and prime them that when Iran or Russia or whoever does do these kinds of actions, we will be against our own interests and screw over our own.
Because we're not focusing on the infrastructure and potholes. We need to fill the fucking potholes.
Potholes, man.
Yeah, because when Kyle goes to the fucking grocery store, he had a pothole. And clearly that's more important than FGM and women's rights in Afghanistan. Because this schlub got what was inconvenienced one time. Okay, couple things to say. One, Kyle would never blame Hezbollah because Kyle does not believe Hezbollah is a terrorist organization. He said in many videos, publicly,
they're just
videos seen by hundreds of thousands of people. They're just a political movement. Why are people so upset? Why are people so upset about Hezbollah? It's just they just have a political opinion, bro. It's just a move. It's like, I don't know. It's like having just as Democrats. What's the difference? Well, there's a point to be made there.
Yeah, there's a point with Ilhan Omar, but
okay. But here's the thing: we're in as bad a situation as we've ever been. Why? Because of people like you who cheered on bullshit sham diplomacy with a completely duplicitous, bad faith actor in the form of the Islamic Republic. We are 6 years behind where we should be. And the world is about to pay the fucking price for that. So thanks for fucking nothing, you supposed secular advocate. God damn it. Let's finish this bullshit.
Pooter says, thank you, Reece, Kyle, and Devin.
Absolutely.
F you, Kyle.
Hey, Kyle.
Damn. Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck you, Kyle.
What are you gonna do? You go and get your school computer, your SKU computer Q. Kremlin Q. Kremlin cow. No, he's Kremlin cow, dude.
Kremlin
he's fucking cow.
I'm gonna get on my ego soapbox and nominate that as one of my best speeches against Kyle, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Somebody
we'll flip that out. We'll have to flip that out and be like a highlight and stuff. And
the highlight reel.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Let's continue. Let's continue.
I'm gonna try not to blow my brains out while we watch this.
And the media is so pathetic, they don't give you basic context.
Pause.
They don't tell you the way events unfold.
Yes. Okay, Kyle, actually, I agree with you. The media is pathetic because they don't give you the full context. The media, which is fucking you. You are talking about
like
yourself.
1 billion views. What the hell is he talking about? He's got almost 1 million subs. Who does he think? He thinks he's like 500 subs or something. Like,
yeah, really speaking truth to power. You founded a political movement that has representatives in Congress. You're not nobody, Kyle. You're part of the system, whether you like it or not, no matter how much you rail against it. But that to me is amazing. Completely clueless projection. The media is pathetic because they don't give you the full context. You haven't given us jack shit. What context have you given us? Nothing. And anything that you said was wrong.
Pooter's saying he did the Building 7 meme. And
did he really?
I didn't know that. I never saw that.
I know Sargon did that, but I didn't know Kyle did
Sargon did that. Oh my god! So he's really like one of the Ron Dumber than Jake Paul.
Okay, this is my favorite comment. Arthur said someone start a channel called Actual Secular Talk.
Secular Talk. That's right.
It's like the actual Justice Warrior.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's keep going.
That we violated the deal when we were in it, and then we pulled out of the deal.
The deal had already been broken.
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of when Trump
was about to give an
trying
analogy.
Oh, he's about to say something really dumb, isn't he?
Yeah, like, oh man, this reminds me of something back in the day. Let me give an amazing analogy. Okay, guys, we're gonna listen to Kyle give an analogy.
We're gonna have to listen to his analogy, not talk through it, and then give a rating of how accurate this is.
My rating, it will either be a yay or it's gonna be a head on my desk at this point.
Let's take a look.
Negotiate with Kim Jong-un, and Bolton went to the press and said, we're going to do the Libya model with them. For those of you who don't know, the Libya model is they give up their weapons, Gaddafi gives up his weapons, and then we topple him anyway.
No.
Oh my God.
Look at that face.
Look at the face, dude. Oh my God, dude. Look at the face, dude. Look at the face, dude.
If anything pisses me off more than Kyle talking about Iran, it's Kyle talking about Libya.
Oh my God, dude. Well, actually, North Korea is the worst for me, honestly. I mean, holy cow, dude.
Kyle.
Oh my God. Dude.
Kremlin cow. You don't know what the fuck the Libyan model is. But you reference it in every other goddamn video like you do.
Oh
you should just drop it completely because you don't know what you're talking about. It is so blatantly obvious. Okay, so yeah,
this guy makes $300,000 a year minimum from Patreon to talk about this kind of crap and other sources. He doesn't know what he's talking about. This is embarrassing.
No, he's just talking out of his ass. Of course. Is anyone actually surprised? Okay, we successfully negotiated with Libya. We basically threatened them with, hey, look, we just invaded Iraq because they had plans to develop a nuclear arsenal that they were actively talking about. And we were like, yeah, fuck that. That's completely unacceptable. So Libya, what are you going to do? Are you going to be good boys and give up your Nukies? And they did. They gave up their nukes. And then like 10 fucking years later, we toppled their government for completely unrelated reasons. Oh, but because we approached North Korea with that, and John Bolton did, and said, hey, Trump, maybe we should employ the Libya model. Because actually that's been proven to be successful in the past. Oh no, that scared Kim, and that made us think that we were going to invade. He should be scared.
Yes.
Kyle, are you aware that Gaddafi and Kim Jong-un had completely reprehensible totalitarian regimes?
No, but
in the case of Kim, still do.
Sovereignty, bro. The sovereignty.
My sovereignty. What a completely anti-humanistic piece of garbage this guy is.
How many McDonald's did they have? But both of them had 0 McDonald's, so they were better, dude.
See, that's good. It's not, McDonald's is degenerate. The West is degenerate.
Yeah, McDonald's is a corporation.
How many I'm anti-corporation. How many corporations are in North Korea, man?
Yeah, that's right.
There's just rice fields in Kim.
Yeah. That's Pooter compile. He zoomed in on the face, so that's Kyle right there.
It was not in the plans to remove Gaddafi from power once we got his nukes. And by the way, we're past that point with Kim. We're not going to be able to do that. Yeah. He's not just going to give up his nukes. Honestly, on the part of Bolton, that was wishful thinking at best. Bolton knows. He was trying to, basically the bare minimum that he was willing to accept was, yeah, give up your nukes immediately. But Bolton knows they're not going to give them up. He knows that we're going to come into a conflict with them at some point. I'll let you speak on it. You're more of an expert than me.
Well, I'm pretty tired. I do want to wrap this up in a few minutes, I gotta say. So I don't have too much else to add on that. We've talked at length about North Korea in the past before. It's pretty clear. It's pretty clear that in the case of Kyle has a few memes that he knows about, but he doesn't really know that much beyond them. And that's why every time I watch a Kyle video, and I don't watch that many these days, it always feels like I'm watching more or less the same video because he only has a few examples and analogies to draw back on that he uses in every video. He doesn't have a very deep knowledge of international relations. He doesn't have a very deep knowledge of geopolitics. And he definitely doesn't have a very deep knowledge of history. And it shows. This is the most vapid foreign policy show on YouTube. It's actually even, I mean, dare I say it, it's actually more vapid than Dylan Burns, actually.
This is more vapid than keeping up with the fucking Kardashians.
Yeah.
That's the level we're at. All of this is is apologia for North Korea having a nuclear arsenal that is expanding and is going to be getting H-bombs in the not too near distant future.
It's not even close.
And apologia for Iran getting their hands on a nuclear arsenal.
It's not even close. You could watch every episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians, and I've seen zero. You could watch all of them, and I'm sure some people could come away from that thinking that we should take out North Korea. This guy, you watch him all the time, there's no way you're going to think that Kim is a friend of secularism and the peace and stuff. And he's a friend of friendship, bro.
Give friendship a chance, won't you?
Yeah.
With the crazy genocidal totalitarian regime that wants the nukes.
Yeah, they're just brothers for friendship, bro.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
How noble.
Yeah, like I feel like if we want to be grifters, we could just start an organization. We could call it like we could call it Brothers for Friendship. And
why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends?
And literally everything that we do is talk about how Putin has a right to take Crimea, how Iran has a right to invade Saudi Arabia, how when North Korea invades South Korea, that's actually a peaceful invasion, and America's being a warmonger by doing more games in South Korea. Talk about how Japan...
Yeah, what such imperialism. Fucking war games.
War games, bro.
Training to be... I thought that... Hey, guys, I thought you were in favor of defense. I mean, that's a completely defensive measure. Oh, but not the West.
Not the West. Not the West.
Oh,
they're American exceptionalists. America is exceptionally bad.
That look, when it comes to the North Korea issue, that tells you all you need to know. They will make excuses. This tells you what side they're on. They'll make excuses for Kim's supposed defense measures in the form of an expanding nuclear arsenal, now with more subs and a further reach in the world for their targeting.
They have the longest.
But they'll fearmonger over fucking war games in South Korea.
South Korea, by the way, doesn't even have nukes, just so we're clear about that. So there's that too.
No, because they've given in to peace because they're dumb. Clearly, they're not thinking this through.
Yeah,
they're run by a bunch of Tulsis who don't actually know the threat that they're up against.
Oh yeah, no, it's not good. So let's wrap this up though. I just want to finish the video and then we'll go to closing statements. I got to go to bed though. So.
We'll make them quick. Oh man, I'm on a roll. My energy is.
And so you're saying, we're going to do that with North Korea. So in other words, get North Korea to give up whatever weapons they have, and then we topple them anyway.
Yes, that is the moral approach.
We are the international bully. We are the world soul.
Would you rather Russia and China be the... Well, in his case, he would say yes. And he'd say, why not both?
I love that he looks at like North Korea and he's like, oh man, we need to treat them with kids' gloves. It needs to be like fair. Like you can't trick them. You can't be like, by the way, we would be completely morally justified to be like, oh yeah, we're gonna give peace a chance. We're gonna take your nukes, and then as soon as they give us the nukes, we invade and we take over.
Well, that would be a good way to go about it. I don't think they're that dumb though. I'm
not saying that was the best way to go about it, but I'm saying we would be completely morally justified in that approach.
Oh, 100%.
But Kyle's like, oh no, that's bullying. Yeah, that's bullying. Not what fucking Kim does to his people. Not what Gaddafi did to his people. He had to put the preface of international. He couldn't say domestic bully. He had to say, no, we're the international bully. These countries that we come into conflict with are absolute scum, Kyle. For the most part. They are completely reprehensible. And I don't feel bad one bit for treating them unfairly or pulling out of deals with them or lying to them because they're fucking shit. And if you were a real liberal, you would think the same thing.
Yeah. No, cow.
Cow.
Cow. Yeah, Kremlin cow. Oh, man.
Superpower.
Reece,
we are the imperialist
if you were
nation.
energetic stream afterwards,
we are not
would be appreciated.
Moral
we'll
arbiters who are simply the world's policemen or whatever the fuck. Pathetic, man. This is so pathetic. You should have gotten back in that deal on day one, no questions asked, issued an apology, and we'd be in a much better place now. But he didn't do it. He went full neocon hawk bullshit and violated one of his key promises on the campaign trail, and he deserves nothing but scorn for it.
It's almost.
Hold on.
It's done.
Okay. We'd be in a much better place if Biden on day one apologized, groveled before the Ayatollah, and went back into the deal. Here's the place we'd be in, Kyle. There would still be funding of the proxies that you wouldn't talk about. They'd still be enriching uranium, which you wouldn't talk about. And their process of getting a nuclear arsenal would only just be halted at that point. It would just come about a little bit slower. And you would find a way to minimize that, brush that under the rug. And of course, you wouldn't talk about that because you never talk about anything of fucking substance. You are a shit commentator. You are an absolute grifter. I have no respect for you. Your opinions are dog shit. You're an apologist for the worst regimes in human history. Who you think that they should have the most dangerous weapons in human history. And you think that they should have a fuck ton of them because you don't support your own nation or its allies or its interests. Fuck you. Burn in hell. I'm done.
And there you go. That is, I mean, what do you even add to that? That is absolutely the correct condemnation of Kremlin Kyle. Kremlin Kyle is, again, a bootlicker, a water boy for the Ayatollah and the Ayatollah's proxies. And it's embarrassing. And this guy uploads this to potentially millions of viewers. And most of them will not be malicious people. They'll just watch it and they'll take it without a grain of salt, and all their friends watch Kyle and stuff, and then they'll go about their day. And they'll take what he said at face value, and they're not evil people or anything, but they have not been exposed to reality. They haven't been mugged by reality, and that's why this podcast exists. That's why this show exists. That's why my channel exists. That's basically why Reece does what he does, is to reach people. And I believe that most people, if exposed to the truth in Kyle's audience, would reject his narrative and actually come around to our side. Only a few would remain, and they would self-identify as fascists. So, that's basically what he's got left. I don't have anything else to add apart from that. I'm very tired. I think that this idea for the podcast is absolutely based, and I appreciate Arthur for creating the graphics for this tonight. So,
yeah, no, big up to Arthur. That's very appreciated, especially on such short notice. He's a workhorse, and we appreciate everything he's done, for us now and in the past. I think that this is going to be a lot of fun. It's a great chance for me to return to YouTube in a more stable way, and I think we're learning as we go, and we're not going to go as long last time. But this is the problem. Like the first time I had an official chat on your channel, it pretty much went this long. That's the problem with putting Kevin and I in a room. We just talk and talk and talk.
That's right. So.
But thank you everyone for coming out, and you can expect to see us next week around the same time. Probably not for as long. And I think I've decided on the kind of content that I think we should do going forward. Yeah, we'll probably talk about Kyle again. I'm sorry. But if you have any suggestions, this is the other part. If you have any suggestions, please send them to me on Twitter at Spooky Nukies. Any tweets you want us to look at, articles, videos, etc. Because I don't want it to basically be Kyle every single time. Because my sanity can only take so much. Did you see how fucking irate we were during that? Especially toward the end, because we've been watching it for an hour. But I hope you guys enjoyed, and we will see you the next time around.
Yeah.
On the Ghoul Gang Rising.
Ghoul Gang Rising. And so you can be sure to subscribe to Reece Spooky Nukies over on YouTube. He's almost at 10,000 subs. You can also follow him over on Twitter at Spooky Nukies. You can follow me on Twitter at Kevin Castley. And you can subscribe to this channel right now if you haven't done so yet. I do daily premieres and daily streams. And Ghoul Gang Rising is going to be a weekly edition. And this was episode 1. And I thought it was pretty potent. We got through a lot. We dunked on the brainlet brigades. And, we had some good memes and everything. Additionally, if you want to support what I do, you can check out my Ko-Fi. You can check out my PayPal. And you can check out my Patreon. And once we hit $500 a month over on Patreon, I'll be releasing 2 daily premieres instead of 1. So that's the next goal to reach over there. So big ups to everybody who's been supporting the channel and everything. Big ups to all the subs. And I will see you in the next video. And you can find Reece over on Twitter and YouTube as well. So we'll be back here in a week, though, to do Ghoul Gang Rising episode 2. And I'm sure we'll have some more brainlet takes from the week to dunk on by then, since they never cease to post cringe. So
yeah, my DMs are closed. Just tweet it at me.
Well, there we go.
I'm not gonna open up my DMs. Fuck that. I know I'm just gonna get a bunch of fucking cringe.
Yep. Well, there you go. Well, have a good night, everybody. Stay based.
Au revoir.